These are the words of the blessing of Enoch, with which he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be removed from the earth. Matthew 5, verse 5, Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Psalm 37, verse 9, For evildoers shall be cut off, but those that wait on the Lord, they shall inherit the earth. Psalms 1, verse 1, Psalms 11, Psalms 37, verse 11, But the meek shall inherit the earth, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. Psalms 37, verse 20, But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord, like the splendor of the meadows, shall vanish, into smoke they shall vanish away. Psalm 37, verse 22, For those blessed by him shall inherit the earth, but those cursed by him shall be cut off. Psalms 37, verse 29, The righteous shall inherit the land and dwell in it forever. Psalm 37, verse 34 through 36, Wait on the Lord and keep his way, and he shall exalt you to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, you shall see it. I've seen the wicked in great power, spreading himself like a native green tree. Yet he passed away, and behold, he was no more. Indeed, I sought him, but he could not be found. Daniel 2, Daniel 2, verse 44. The God of heaven will set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed. It shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. Daniel 7, verse 27. Then the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms under the whole heaven shall be given to the saints of the Most High. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. Enoch 1, verse 2. Enoch was a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, and who saw the vision of the Holy One in heaven. The angel showed me, and I heard everything from them, and I saw and understood. But it was not for this generation, but for a remote one to come. Verse 3, As I began my story concerning the elect and righteous, and I said, The Holy Great One will come out from his dwelling, and the eternal God will walk on the earth, even on Mount Sinai, and appear in the strength of his might from heaven. And all will be very afraid. The watchers will shake, and great fear and trembling will seize them until the ends of the earth. The high mountains will be shaken, and the high hills will be laid low, melting like wax before a flame. And the earth will be violently shaken, and all will be deemed worthy of death. But with the righteous he will make peace. He will safeguard his elect, and they will have mercy. And then they will all belong to God, and they will be prosperous and blessed. He will help them, and he will establish peace through them. Behold, the Lord comes with 10,000s of his saints to execute judgment on all, to convict all who are ungodly among them of their ungodly deeds, with which they have committed in an ungodly way, and of all the harsh things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Chapter 2. Observe everything that takes place in the sky, how the lights do not change their orbits, and how the celestial objects in heaven rise and set in order, each in its own season, and do not transgress their appointed order. Consider the earth and understand the things that take place on it from start to finish, how steadfast they are, how none of the things on the earth change, but God's work is apparent. Behold the summer and the winter, how the whole earth is filled with water, and clouds and rain lie on it. Chapter 3. Observe and see how in the winter all the trees seem as though they had withered and shed all their leaves, except 14 trees which do not lose their foliage, for 2 or 3 winters until the new leaves appear. Chapter 4. And again observe the days of summer, how the sun is above the earth, while you seek shade and shelter because of the heat of the sun. The earth also burns with scorching heat, and because of the heat, you cannot walk on the earth or the rocks. Chapter 5. Observe how the trees are covered with green leaves and how they bear fruit. Understand, know, and recognize that he who lives forever made them this way, for you and all his works go on before him from year to year forever, and all the work and the tasks which they accomplish for him do not change, and so it is done. Consider how the sea and the rivers in like manner accomplish their course from his commandments. But you, watchers, you have not been steadfast, nor done the commandments of the Lord, but you have turned away and spoken spiteful and hard words with your unclean mouths against his greatness. O you hard-hearted, you shall find no peace. Therefore you shall greatly loathe your days, and the years of your life shall waste away, and the years of your judgment shall be multiplied, and in an eternal curse you shall find no mercy. In the coming days you shall make your names to be an eternal curse to all the righteous, and to all who will curse by you, and all the sinners and godless shall damn you forever. And for the godless, for you, the godless, there shall be a curse. Then the righteous elect will rejoice, and there will be forgiveness of wrongdoings, mercy, peace, forbearance, and joy. There will be salvation for them, and a great light. But for all you watchers, there will be no salvation, but on you will remain a curse. But for the elect saints, there will be light, joy, and peace, and they will inherit the earth. Then wisdom will be given to the elect. They will all live, and sin will not reign over them. They will complete their days. Everyone who is wise will walk humbly. Their lives will be increased in peace, and their years will grow in joy and eternal gladness and peace all the days of their lives. Hebrews 10, verse 26 through 27. If we sin willfully after receiving the knowledge of the truth, there no longer remains a sacrifice for sins, but a certain fearful expectation of judgment and fiery indignation that will consume the adversaries. Chapter 6. It came to pass, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born to them beautiful and fair daughters. The angels, the sons of heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose wives from among the children of men, and have children with them. And Simjaza, who was their leader, said to them, I fear you will not agree to do this deed, and I alone will have to pay the penalty of this great sin. And they all answered him and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual curses, so we will not abandon this plan, but follow through. Then they all swore together and bound themselves by mutual curses. They were 200 in number, who descended in the days of Jared on the top of Mount Hermon. They called it Mount Hermon because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual curses on it. And these are the names of their leaders: Simlazaz, their leader, Arekabah, Ramiel, Kokabiel, Tabiel, Ramiel, Danel, Ezekiel, Barakajal, Asael, Armaros, Batarel, Ananel, Zachiel, Simsapil, Satarel, Turel, Jamjael, and Sariel. These were the leaders of the groups of 10. Chapter 7. All of them together, the watcher angels, went and took wives for themselves, each choosing one for himself. They had sex with them and defiled themselves with them. They taught them charms and spells and the cutting of roots and made them acquainted with plants. The women became pregnant and gave birth to large giants whose height was 3,000 ells. The giants consumed all the work and toil of men. When men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. They began to sin against birds, beasts, reptiles, and fish, and to eat each other's flesh and drink each other's blood. Then the earth laid accusation against these lawless ones. Chapter 8. And Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, and breastplates, and taught them about metals of the earth, and the art of working them, how to make bracelets and ornaments, the use of antimony, the beautifying of eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there was great debauchery and fornication, and as it increased, deception increased, and they became completely corrupt in all their ways. Simjaza taught the casting of spells and root cutting. Armoros taught the undoing of spells. Barak Ejel taught astrology. Kokabel taught omens of the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of the clouds. Araquiel taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. Sariel taught the course of the moon. As men perished, they cried out, and their cry went up to heaven. Chapter 9. Then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven and saw much blood being shed on the earth, and all lawlessness being done on the earth. And they said to each other, let the cries from the destruction of earth ascend up to the gates of heaven. Now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, bring our cause before the Most High. They said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of your glory endures through all the generations of the ages. And your name is holy, glorious, and blessed to all the ages. You have made all things, and you have power over all things, and all things are revealed and opened in your sight, and you see all things. Nothing can hide itself from you. Look at what Azazel has done, who hath taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were made and kept in heaven, which men were striving to learn. Also Simjaza, who taught spells, to whom you gave authority to rule over his associates. And they have gone to the daughters of men on the earth, and have had sex with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sin. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now behold, the souls of those who have died are crying out and making their petition to the gates of heaven, and their lament has ascended and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are done on the earth. And you know all things before they come to pass, and you see these things, and you have permitted them, and say nothing about these things. What are we to do in regard to these things? Chapter 10. Then the Most High, the Great and Holy One, spoke, Uriel, go to Noah, the son of Lamech, and tell him in my name, hide yourself, and then tell him the end that is approaching, that the whole earth will be destroyed, and a flood is about to come on the whole earth, and will destroy everything on it. And now instruct him as to what he must do to escape, and how his offspring may be preserved for all the generations of the world. And again the Lord said to Raphael, bind Azazel hand and foot, throw him into the darkness, make an opening for him in the desert, which is Dudael. and cast him in there, and place him on rough and jagged rocks, cover him with darkness, and let him stay there forever, cover his face so he can't see the light. And on the day of the great judgment, he shall be cast into the fire. Restore the earth, which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that the children of men may not perish through all the secret things that the watchers have disclosed, and have taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the words that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. To Gabriel said the Lord, proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication. Destroy the children of fornication and the children of the watchers. Cause them to turn against one another, that they may destroy each other in battle and shorten their days. No request that their fathers make of you shall be granted on their behalf, for they hope to live an eternal life, but each one will live for 500 years. And the Lord said to Michael, go bind Simjaza and his team, who have had sex with women and so have defiled themselves with them in all their uncleanness. When their sons have slain one another, and they have witnessed the destruction of their loved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations beneath the hills of the earth, until the day of the consummation of their judgment, and the eternal judgment is fulfilled. In those days they will be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison in which they will be confined forever. Then Simjaza will be burned up with the condemned, and they will be destroyed, having been bound together with them to the end of all generations. Destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers, because they have wronged mankind. Destroy all wrong from the face of the earth, and let every evil work come to an end. Let the plant of justice and truth appear, and it will prove a blessing. Justice and truth will be planted with joy forevermore. Romans 8, verse 21 says, because the creation itself also will be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of God. Verse 17, and then all the righteous people will thrive, living to produce thousands of children, and all the days of their youth and their old age will be completed in peace. And then the whole earth will be filled with righteousness, and will be planted with trees and filled with blessings. And all desirable trees will be planted on it, and they will plant vines on it. And the vine which they plant will yield wine in abundance, and every seed which is sown will bear 1,000 measures for 1 measure, and each measure of olives will yield 10 presses of oil. Cleanse the earth from all oppression, from all injustice, from all sin, and from all godlessness, from all the uncleanness wrought upon the earth. Eradicate it from the earth. All the children of men will become righteous, and all nations will offer adoration and will praise me, and all will worship me. The earth will be cleansed from all defilement, from all sin, from all punishment, and from all torment, and I will never again send torment on it from generation to generation, forever. Isaiah 61, verse 3, has us being called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he may be glorified. And verse 4 says, and they shall rebuild the old ruins, they shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the ruined cities, the desolations of many generations. Chapter 11 of Enoch. In those days I will open the storehouses of blessings that are in the heavens, and pour them out upon the earth over all the work and labors of the children of men. Truth and peace shall be their companions throughout all the days of the world, and throughout all the generations of men. Psalm 85, verse 10 through 14 It says, mercy and truth have met together. Righteousness and peace have kissed. Truth shall spring out of the earth, and righteousness shall look down from heaven. Yes, the Lord will give what is good, and our land will yield its increase. Righteousness will go before him, and shall make his footsteps our pathway. Chapter 12 of Enoch. Before these things Enoch was hidden, and none of the children of men knew where he was hidden and where he lived, nor what had become of him. But he was dealing with the watchers, and he spent his days with the archangels. I, Enoch, was blessing the Lord of majesty and the King of the angels, when suddenly the watchers called to me, Enoch the scribe, and said to me, Enoch, you scribe of righteousness, come speak to the watchers of heaven, who have left the high heaven, the holy eternal place, and have defiled themselves with women, and have done what the children of the earth do, and have taken wives for themselves. But Enoch replied, you have brought great destruction upon the earth. You will have no peace or forgiveness of sin. Though you love that you are able to have descendants, you will witness the murder of your beloved ones, and will grieve over their destruction. Even if you make a petition from now until eternity, you will never receive mercy and peace. Chapter 13. Enoch went and said, Azazel, you will not find peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against you that you should be bound, and you will not find rest or mercy, because of the injustice you have taught, and because of all the works of godlessness, unrighteousness, and wrongdoing which you have shown to humanity. Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them. They asked me to write a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of the Lord of heaven. For from then on they could not speak with him or lift up their eyes to heaven for shame of their sins, for they had been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition and the prayer for their spirits, for their deeds individually, and in regard to their requests, that they should obtain forgiveness in length of days. I went off and sat down at the waters of Dan, in the land of Dan, to the southwest of Hermon. I read their petition, and I fell asleep. I had a dream, and I saw visions of their chastisement. A voice came to me that I should tell to these sons of heaven and reprimand to them. When I awoke, I came to them. They were all seated, gathered together, weeping in Abel's jail, which is between Lebanon and Sennacer, with their faces covered. I described to them all the visions which I had seen in my sleep, and I began to speak the words of righteousness and reprimand the watchers of heaven. Chapter 14. This is the book of the words of righteousness and of the reprimand of the eternal watchers, in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One in that vision. In my sleep I saw what I will now say with my mortal tongue, and with the breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to men to speak with and to understand with the heart. As he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom, so has he created me also and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared that your petition will not be granted to you throughout all the days of eternity, and that final judgment has been passed on you. Your petition will not be granted. From here on you will not ascend into heaven for all eternity, and you will be bound on earth for all eternity. Before this you will see the destruction of your beloved sons, and you will have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. Your petition will not be granted on their behalf or on yours, even though you weep, pray, and speak all the words contained in my writings. In the vision I saw clouds that invited me and summoned me into a mist. The course of the stars and the flashes of lightning hurried me and drove me. The winds in the vision caused me to fly and lifted me up and bore me into heaven. I went in until I drew near to a wall which was built out of crystals and surrounded by tongues of fire, and it began to frighten me. I went into tongues of fire and drew near a large house which was built of crystals. The walls of the house were like a mosaic of hailstones, and the floor was made of crystals like snow. Its ceiling was like the path of the stars and lightning flashes, and between them and the fiery cherubim, as the sky clear as water, a flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its doors blazed with fire. I entered that house, and it was hot as fire and cold as ice, and there were no pleasures of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling got a hold of me. As I shook and trembled, I fell on my face. I saw a vision, and suddenly there was a second house, greater than the former. All the doors stood open before me, and it was built of flames of fire. In every respect, it was splendid and magnificent to the extent I cannot describe it to you. Its floor was of fire, and above it was lightning and the path of the stars, and its ceiling also was a flame of fire. I looked and saw a throne set on high. Its appearance was like crystal, and its wheels were like a shining sun. And there was the vision of cherubim. From underneath the throne came rivers of fire, so that I could not look at it. He who is great glory sat on the throne, and his raiment shone more brightly than the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the angels could enter or could behold his face because of the magnificence and glory, and no flesh could behold him. There was a flaming fire all around him, and none around could draw near to him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him, but he needed no holy counsel. The most holy ones who were near him did not leave by night or by day, or withdraw from his presence. And until then I had been prostrate on my face, trembling, and the Lord called me with his own mouth and said to me, "Come here, Enoch, and hear my word." One of the holy ones came to me and wakened me. He made me rise up and approach the door, and I bowed my face to the ground. Chapter 15. I heard his voice answer and say, "Do not be afraid, Enoch, you righteous man, and scribe of righteousness. Approach and hear my voice. Go and say to the watchers of heaven, for whom you have come to intercede. You should intercede for humans, not humans for you. You have left the high holy in eternal heaven and slept with women. You have defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken wives, and done like the children of earth, and produced giants as your sons. Though you were holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, you have defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have produced children with the blood of flesh. And like children of men, you have lusted after flesh and blood, like those who die and are killed." Jude chapter 1. And the angels who did not keep their proper domain, but left their own abode, he is reserved in everlasting chains under darkness for the judgment of the great day, as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities around them in a similar manner to those, having given themselves over to sexual immorality and gone after strange flesh, are set forth as an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. Jude 1, verse 6 through 7. Verse 5. This is why I have given men wives, that they might impregnate them and have children by them, so that they will lack nothing. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world. Therefore I did not make wives for you are heavenly beings of a heavenly realm, and in heaven was your dwelling place. And now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh will be called evil spirits on earth. They will live on earth. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men and from the holy watchers. is their beginning and primal origin. They will be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits they will be called. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven will be their dwelling. But as for the spirits of the earth, which were born upon the earth, on the earth will be their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, war, destroy, and cause trouble on the earth. They take no food, because nevertheless hunger and thirst. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst, and cause offenses. These spirits shall rise up against the children of men and women, because they have proceeded from them. Chapter 16. During the days of the slaughter and destruction of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, they will destroy without incurring final judgment. Thus they will destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment, when the age will be consummated over the watchers and the godless. Now, as to the watchers who have been sent you to intercede for them who had been in heaven before, say to them who were in heaven that all the mysteries of heaven had not been revealed to you, and you knew worthless ones, and these ones you have made known to the women. And through these mysteries, women and men work much evil on the earth. Say to them, therefore, you will have no peace. Chapter 17. They took me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire. When they wished, they made themselves appear as men. They brought me to the place of darkness, to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. I saw the lighted places and the treasuries of the stars and of thunder and of the uttermost depths, where there was a fiery bow and arrows, and their quivers, a fiery sword, and all the lightning. They took me to the waters of life, and to the fire of the west, which receives every setting of the sun. I came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water into the great sea towards the west. I saw the great rivers, and came to the great darkness, and went to a place no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place from where all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. Chapter 18. I then saw the storehouse of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished the whole creation with them, and the firm foundations of the earth. I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which support the earth, and the firmament of heaven. I saw how the winds stretch out the height of heaven, and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of heaven. I saw the winds of heaven, which turn and bring the sky and the sun and all the stars to their setting place. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven above. I continued south and saw a place which burns night and day, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, with 3 towards the east and 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, they were of colored stone, and one of pearl, and one of jacinth, and those towards the south of red stone. But the middle one reached to heaven, like the throne of God, and was made of alabaster. The summit of the throne was of sapphire. Isaiah 2, verse 2. Now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established at the tops of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it. Verse 10. I saw a flaming fire. Beyond those mountains is a region at the end of the earth. There the heavens were completed, and I saw a deep abyss with columns of heavenly fire Among them I saw columns of fire fall, which went far beyond what anyone could measure in both their height and the depth. Beyond the abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. And there was no water on it, and no birds. It was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains, and when I asked about them, the angel said, "This place is the end of heaven and earth, and has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. The stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come out at their proper times. He was wroth with them and bound them until the time when their guilt should be consummated, even for 10,000 years." Chapter 19. Uriel said to me, "The angels who have had sex with women will remain here, and their spirits will take on many different forms in an attempt to defile mankind, and will lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. Here they will stand until the day of great judgment, in which they will be judged and made an end of. The women also of the angels who went astray will become sirens, or temptresses. I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, the ends of all things. No man will see as I have seen." Chapter 20. These are the names of the angels who watch. Uriel, one of the holy archangels, stretches over the world and stands above the great chasm, or Tartarus. Raphael, one of the holy archangels, is a covering for the spirits of man. Raguel, or Razuel, one of the holy angels, avenges among the intellectual luminaries. For the foolishness of God is wiser than human wisdom, and the weakness of God is stronger than human strength. Brothers and sisters, think of what you were when you were called. Not many of you were wise by human standards. Not many were influential. Not many were of noble birth. But God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong. 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 25 through 27. Michael, verse 5. Michael, one of the holy archangels, is over the firstborn of Israel, or best part of mankind, and over chaos. Zerachiel, or Serachiel, one of the holy archangels, is over the spirits who sin in the spirit of Mammon. Gabriel, one of the holy archangels, is over paradise, and the seraphim and the cherubim. Remiel, or Jehudiel, one of the holy archangels, over those who rise. Chapter 21. I proceeded to where things were chaotic and void, and I saw there something horrible. I saw neither a heaven above nor a firmly founded earth, but a place chaotic and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of heaven, bound together in it like great mountains with burning fire. Then I said, "For what sin are they bound, and why have they been cast here?" Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me and was chief over them, "Enoch, why do you ask, and why are you eager for the truth? These are the numbers of the stars of heaven, which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and are bound here until 10,000 years. The time entailed by their sins are consummated." I went out from there to another place, which was still more horrible than the former, and I saw a terrible thing, a great fire there which burned and blazed, and the place was cleft as far as the abyss, full of great failing columns of fire, great falling columns of fire. Neither its width or breadth could I see, nor could I see its source. Then I said, "I am afraid of this place, and cannot stand to look at it." Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said to me, "Enoch, why are you so afraid? And I answered, because of this fearful place, and because of the spectacle of the pain. And he said to me, this place is the prison of the angels, and here they will be imprisoned forever. Chapter 22. I went to another place, and he, Uriel, showed me a mountain of hard rock. There was in it 4 hollow places, deep and wide and very smooth. How smooth are the hollow places, and deep and dark to look at. Then Raphael, one of the holy angels who was with me, spoke and said to me, these hollow places have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the souls of the dead should assemble therein, that all the souls of the children should be brought here. These places were made to receive them until the day that their judgment will come upon them. I saw the spirit of a dead man, and his voice went out to heaven and appealed for justice. And I asked Raphael, the angel who was with me, whose voice is the spirit that is appealing to heaven for justice? He answered me, saying, this is the spirit which went out from Abel, whom his brother Cain slew. And he makes his suit against him until his seed is destroyed from the face of the earth, and his seed has been removed from among the children of men. Then I asked regarding all the hollow places, why is one separate from the other? He answered and said to me, these 3 have been made, that the spirits of the dead might be separated. Divisions have been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is the bright spring of water. And such has been made for sinners when they die and are buried in the earth, and judgment has not been executed on them in their lifetime. Here their spirits shall be confined in great pain and isolation until the great day of judgment, and punishment and torment of those who curse forever. And so there is retribution for their spirits. There he shall bind them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their suit, who make disclosures concerning how they were murdered when they were slain in the days of the sinners. And this place has been made for the spirits of men who are not righteous, but are sinners who rejected God, and they will be companions of the lawless ones. But their spirits shall not be punished in the day of judgment, because they will not be raised to leave from here. Then I blessed the Lord of glory and said, blessed be my Lord, the Lord of righteousness, who rules forever. Chapter 23. Enoch was shown the flowing fire that expels falling angels from heaven. From here I went to another place, to the west of the ends of the earth. I saw a burning fire which ran without resting, and never stopped from its course day or night, but flowed always in the same way. I asked, saying, what is this that never rests? Then Raphael, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered, this course of fire which you have seen is the fire in the west, and is the fire which expels all the luminaries of heaven. From here, chapter 24, Enoch was shown the tree of life in the middle of the 7 mountains. From here, I went to another place on the earth, and he showed me a mountain range of fire which burned day and night. I went beyond it and saw 7 magnificent mountains, all differing from each other, and their stones were magnificent and beautiful, and their form was glorious, 3 towards the east, 1 founded on the other, and 3 towards the south, 1 on the other. With deep, rough ravines, no one of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of these, and it was higher than them, resembling the seat of a throne. And fragrant trees encircled the throne, and amongst them was a tree such as I have never smelled, nor was any among them, or were others like it. It had a fragrance beyond all fragrance, and its leaves and blooms and would not ever wither. Its fruit is beautiful, and its fruit resembles the dates of a palm. Then I said, how beautiful is this tree, and fragrant, and its leaves are fair, and its blooms are very delightful in appearance. Then Michael, one of the holy and honored angels, who was with me and was their leader, spoke to me. Chapter 25, the fragrant tree of life will be given to the righteous and holy. Michael said to me, Enoch, why do you ask me regarding the fragrance of the tree? And why do you wish to learn the truth? Then I answered, I said, I wish to know about everything, but especially about this tree. Then Michael answered, saying, this high mountain, which you have seen, whose summit is like the throne of God, is his throne, where the Holy Great One, the Lord of glory, the eternal life, the eternal King, will sit down when he shall come to visit the earth with goodness. As for this fragrant tree, no mortal is permitted to touch it until the great judgment, when he will take vengeance on all things and bring and as for this fragrant tree, no mortal is permitted to touch it until the great judgment, when he will take vengeance on all and bring everything into its completion forever. This connects with Acts 3, verse 21, whom heaven must receive until the times of restoration of all things, which God has spoken by the mouth of all his holy prophets since the world began. Verse 5, and it will then be given to the righteous and holy. Its fruit will be fruit for the elect saints. It will be transplanted to the holy place, to the temple of the Lord, the eternal King. Then shall they rejoice and be glad and enter into the holy place. Its fragrance will be in their bones, and they will live a long life on earth, such as their fathers lived. And in their days there will be no sorrow, pain, torment, or toil. Then I blessed the God of glory, the eternal King, who has prepared such things for the righteous, and has created them and promised to give them. Chapter 26. I went from there to the middle of earth, and I saw a blessed place, in which there were trees with branches alive and blooming on a tree that had been cut down. There I saw a holy mountain, and underneath the mountain to the east there was a stream, and it flowed towards the south. I saw towards the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow valley. And in it also ran a stream underneath the mountain. To the west of it there was another mountain, lower than the former and of small elevation, and a dry, deep valley between them, and another deep and dry valley was at the edge of the three mountains. All the valleys were deep and narrow, being formed from the hard rock, and there were no trees planted on them. I was very amazed at the rocks in the valley. Chapter 27. Then said I, what is the purpose for this blessed land which is entirely filled with trees? And what is the purpose of this accursed valley between? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, replied, this accursed valley is for those who are accursed forever. Here all the accursed will be gathered together, who utter with their lips words against the Lord, not befitting his glory, or say things against him. Here they will be gathered together, and here will be their place of judgment. In the last days there will be the spectacle of righteous judgment on them in the presence of the righteous forever. Here the merciful will bless the Lord of glory, the eternal King. In the days of judgment over the former, they, the righteous, will bless him for the mercy and abundance with which he has assigned them their lot. Then I blessed the Lord of glory. In the days of judgment over the former, they, the righteous, will bless him for the mercy in accordance with him, with which he has assigned them their lot. Then I blessed the Lord of glory and extolled his glory, and gloriously shouted praise to his glory. Chapter 28. Then I went towards the east, in the midst of the mountain range in the desert, and I saw a wilderness. It was solitary, full of trees and plants, and water gushed out from above, rushing like a torrent, which flowed towards the northwest. It caused clouds and dew to ascend on every side. Chapter 29. Then I went to another place in the desert and approached to the east of this mountain range. There I saw aromatic trees, excluding the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh, and the trees also were similar to the almond tree. Chapter 30. Beyond these I went far to the east. I saw another place, a valley of water like one that would not run dry. There was a tree with the essence of fragrant trees, such as the mastic. On the sides of those valleys I saw fragrant cinnamon, and beyond these I proceeded to the east. Chapter 31. I saw other mountains, and among them were groves of trees, and sweet nectars flowed out from them, which are called Sarara and Galbanum. Beyond these mountains I saw another mountain to the east of the ends of the earth, on which there were aloe trees, and all the trees were full of fruit, being like almond trees. When it was burned, it smelled sweeter than any fragrant odor. Chapter 32. After these fragrant odors, as I looked toward the north over the mountains, I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard and fragrant trees and cinnamon and pepper. Then I went over the summits of all these mountains far towards the east of the earth, and passed over the Red Sea, and went far from it, and passed over the angel Zotiel. I came to the garden of righteousness. I saw far beyond those trees more trees, and they were numerous and large. There were 2 trees there, very numerous and large. There were 2 trees there, very large, beautiful, glorious, and magnificent. The tree of knowledge, whose holy fruit they ate and gained great wisdom. That tree is in height like the fir, and its leaves are like those of the carob tree, and its fruit is like the cluster of the grape. Very beautiful. The fragrance of the tree carries far. Then I said, how beautiful is the tree, and how attractive is its appearance. Then Raphael, the holy angel who was with me, replied, this is the tree of wisdom, of which your father of old and your mother of old, who your ancestors have eaten. And they learned wisdom, and their eyes were opened, and they knew they were naked, and they were driven out of the garden. Chapter 33. From there I went to the ends of the earth, and saw there great beasts, each differed from the other. And I saw birds also differing in appearance and beauty and voice, one differing from the other. To the east of those beasts I saw the ends of the earth, where heaven rests on it, and the doors of heaven open. And I saw how the stars of heaven came out, and I counted the gates from which they came out. I wrote down all their outlets of each individual star by their number, and their names, their courses, and their positions, their times, and their months, as Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, showed up. He showed all things to me and wrote them down for me. He also wrote their names for me and their laws by which they operate, and their companies. Chapter 34. From there I went towards the north to the ends of the earth, and there I saw a great and glorious wonder at the ends of the whole earth. Here I saw 3 gates of heaven open. Through each one of them proceed north winds. When they blow, there is cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. Out of one gate they blow for good, but when they blow through the other two gates, it is for violence and torment on the earth, and they blow with force. Chapter 33. From there I went towards the west, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 gates of heaven opened, such as I had seen in the east, the same number of gates, and the same number of outlets. Chapter 36. The 3 weather gates in the south and in the east. From there I went to the south, to the ends of the earth, and I saw there 3 open gates of heaven, and from them come dew. From them come dew, rain, and wind. And from there I went to the west. And from there I went to the east, to the ends of heaven, and saw here the 3 eastern gates of heaven open, and small gates above them. Through each of these small gates pass the stars of heaven, and they run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. As often as I saw, I blessed always the Lord of glory, and I continued to bless the Lord of glory, who has done great and glorious wonders, who has shown the greatness of his work to his angels. Who has shown the greatness of his work to the angels and to spirits and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the power of his might and praise the great work of his hands and bless him forever. The Book of Enoch, Part 2, the Prophecies. Chapter 37. The second vision, that Enoch, the son of Jared, the son of Mahalalel, the son of Canaan, the son of Enos, the son of Seth, the son of Adam, saw. This is the beginning of the words of wisdom that I lifted my voice to speak and say to those who dwell on the earth, Hear, you people of old, and see, you that come after, the words of the Holy One, which I will speak before the Lord of spirits. Before this time, such wisdom has never been given by the Lord of spirits, such as I have received. Insight, for, according to his good pleasure, by whom the lot of eternal life has been given to me. Enoch knew even before being translated that eternal life had been given to him. Now 3 prophecies were imparted to me, and I lifted up my voice and recounted them to those who live on the earth. Chapter 38, the first prophecy. When the congregation of the righteous will arise, sinners will be judged for their sins and will be driven from the face of the earth. When the righteous one appears before the eyes of his saints, those whose salvation rests on the earth, and the light appears to the righteous and elect who dwell on the earth, where then will be the dwelling of sinners? Where will be the resting place of those who have denied the Lord of spirits? It would have been better if they had not been born. When the secrets of the righteous are revealed, and the sinners judged, and the godless driven from the presence of the righteous and elect. From that time, those that have ruled the earth will no longer be powerful and exalted. They will not be able to behold the face of the holy, for the Lord will have caused his light to appear on the face of his holy, righteous, and elect. Then will those kings and the mighty perish, and be given into the hands of the righteous and holy. They will not seek mercy for themselves from the Lord of spirits, because they know it is too late. Chapter 39. And in those days Enoch received books of zeal and wrath, books that told of a disquieting and an expulsion that was regarding the sons of men that descended from heaven as watchers and joined carnally with the daughters of men. These sinners that came down will not have an option of mercy, says the Lord of spirits. And in those days a whirlwind carried me off from the earth, and set me down at the ends of the heavens. There I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the holy, and the resting places of the righteous. Here my eyes saw their dwelling with his righteous angels, and their resting places with the holy. They petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men, and righteousness flowed before them as water, and mercy like dew upon the earth. And so it will be with them forever and ever. And in that place my eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and faith, and righteousness will prevail in his days, and the righteous and elect from him will be without number. And I saw his dwelling place under the wings of the land of spirits, the Lord of spirits. The righteous and elect from him will be strong as burning flames, and their mouth will be full of blessing. Their lips will extol the name of righteousness. Their lips will extol the name of the Lord, and righteousness from him will never cease. From them then on. There I wished to dwell, and my spirit longed for that dwelling place. And this became my portion, because it was granted to me by the Lord of spirits. In those days I praised and extolled the name of the Lord, because he had destined me for blessing and glory according to his good pleasure. For a long time my eyes regarded that place, and I blessed him and praised him, saying, Blessed is he, and may he be blessed from the beginning and forevermore. And before him, I believe that place Enoch refers to as the cross. Enoch is speaking of profound matters concerning Jesus, while at the same time intentionally concealing certain details to keep Satan from gaining actionable insight. And before him is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever, and what will be from generation to generation. Those who do not sleep bless you. They stand before your glory and bless, praise, and extol, saying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord. He fills the whole earth with his glory. Here my eyes saw all who did not sleep. They stand before him and bless, and say, Blessed be you, and blessed be the name of the Lord forever and ever. And my face was changed, for I could no longer behold. Chapter 40. After that, I saw thousands of thousands, 10,000s times 10,000, a multitude beyond number, who stood before the Lord of spirits. And on the four sides of the Lord, I saw four presences, different from those that do not sleep. I learned their names, for the angel that went with me made known to me their names, and showed me all the hidden things. And I heard the voices of the four presences, as they uttered praise before the Lord of glory. The first voice blesses the Lord of spirits forever and ever. The second voice I heard blessing the elect one and the elect ones who hang on the Lord of spirits. And the third voice I heard pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth and supplicate in the name of the Lord of spirits. And I heard the fourth voice fending off the Satans and forbidding them to come before the Lord to accuse them who dwell on earth. After that I asked the angel of peace, who went with me and showed me everything that is hidden. Who are these four presences I have seen, and whose words I have heard and written down? And he said to me, This first is Michael, the merciful and long-suffering. The second, who is over all the diseases and all the wounds of the children of men, is Raphael. The third, who is set over all powers, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who is set over the repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal life, is named Phanuel. And these are the four angels of the Lord of spirits, and the four voices I heard in those days. Chapter 41. And after that I saw all the secrets of the heavens and how the kingdom is divided, and how the actions of humanity are weighed in the balance. There I saw the mansions of the elect, and the mansions of the holy, and mine eyes saw there all the sinners being driven away. These are those which deny the name of the Lord of spirits, being dragged off, and they could not abide because of the punishment which proceeds from the Lord of spirits. And there my eyes saw the secrets of the lightning and the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are divided to blow over the earth, and the secrets of the clouds and dew. There I saw the place from which they issued, and from where they saturate the dusty earth. There I saw closed chambers, out of which the winds are divided, the chamber of the hail and winds, the chamber of mist, the chamber of clouds, and the cloud itself, which remained over the earth since the beginning of the world. Then I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, where they come from and where they go to, their glorious return, and how one is superior to the other. I saw their stately orbit, how they do not leave their orbit, and how they do not add or subtract anything to their orbit. They keep the faith with each other in accordance to the oath by which they are bound together. First the sun goes forth, completes its course, according to the commandment of the Lord of spirits. And mighty is his name forever and ever. After that I saw the hidden and the visible path of the moon, and how the moon's path progresses by day and by night. One stands opposite the other in front of the Lord of spirits, honoring and praising without ceasing, since praising is like rest to them. For the sun changes often for a blessing or a curse. The course of the moon's path is a light to the righteous and darkness to sinners, in the name of the Lord, who made a separation between the light and darkness, and divided the spirits of humans, and strengthened the spirits of the righteous in the name of his righteousness. For no angel hinders, and no power is able to hinder, for he appoints a judge for them all, and he judges them all before him. Chapter 42. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned to her in the heavens. Wisdom went forth to make her dwelling among the humans, but found no dwelling place. Wisdom returned to her place and took her seat among the angels. But wickedness went forth from her chambers. She found those she did not seek, and dwelt with them, as rain in a desert, and dew on a thirsty land. Chapter 43. And I saw other lightnings in the stars of heaven, and I saw how he called them all by their names, and they hearkened unto him. I saw how they are weighed in a righteous balance, according to their proportions of light. I saw the width of their spaces, and the day of their appearing, and how their revolutions produce lightning. I saw their revolutions according to the number of angels, and how they keep faith with each other. I asked the angel who went with me and showed me what was hidden, "What are these?" And he said to me, "The Lord of spirits has shown you their meaning in parable. These are the names of the saints who dwell on the earth and believe in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever." Chapter 44. I saw other phenomenon in regard to the lightnings, how some of the stars arise and become lightnings, but cannot lose their form. Chapter 45. And this is the second parable concerning those who deny the name and the dwelling of the holy ones and the Lord of spirits. They will not ascend into heaven, nor will they come to the earth. This will be the lot of the sinners who have denied the name of the Lord of spirits, and who are reserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. On that day, my elect one will sit on the throne of glory and consider their actions, and their places of rest will be innumerable. Their souls will grow strong within them when they see my elect one, and those who have called upon my glorious name. Then I will cause my elect one to dwell among them. I will transform the heavens and make it an eternal blessing and light. I will transform the earth and make it a blessing. I will cause my elect ones to dwell upon it, but the sinners and wrongdoers will not. For I have provided and satisfied with peace my righteous ones, and have caused them to dwell before me. But for the sinners there is judgment impending with me, so that I will destroy them from the face of the earth. Chapter 46. And there I saw one who was the head of days, and his head was white like wool, and with him was another being whose countenance had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of graciousness, like one of the holy angels. I asked the angel who went with me and showed me all the hidden things concerning that Son of Man, who he was, where did he come from, and why he went with the head of days. He answered and said to me, This is the Son of Man, to whom justice belongs, and with whom justice lives. He will reveal all the treasures of that which is hidden, because the Lord of spirits has chosen him, and because of his justice. His lot has surpassed all others in the presence of the Lord of spirits forever. And this Son of Man, whom you have seen, will remove kings and the mighty from their seats and their thrones. He will loosen the reins of the strong and break the teeth of the sinners. He will remove kings from their thrones and kingdoms, because they do not extol and praise him, nor humbly acknowledge the source by which their kingdoms were bestowed upon them. He will put down the countenance of the strong, and will fill them with shame. Darkness will be their dwelling, and worms will be their bed. And they will have no hope of rising from their beds, because they do not extol the name of the Lord of spirits. And these are those who judge the stars of heaven and raise their hand against the Most High. They will tread upon the earth and inhabit it, exhibiting all their wicked deeds. Their power rests upon their wealth, and their faith is in the gods which they made with their hands, and they deny the name of the Lord of spirits. They persecute the houses of his congregations, and the faithful who hang upon the name of the Lord of spirits. Chapter 47. And in those days the prayer of the sacred and the blood of the righteous will ascend from the earth before the spirits. In those days the angels who dwell above in the heavens will unite with one voice. They will supplicate and praise and pray and give thanks and bless the name of the Lord of spirits on behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, so that the prayer of the righteous may not be in vain before the Lord of spirits, that justice may be done on their behalf, that their suffering may not continue forever. In those days I saw the head of days, which, when he seated himself upon the throne of glory, in his books of the living were open before him, and all his host, which is in heaven above, and his counselors stood before him. And the hearts of the holy were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered, and the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the required blood of the righteous in the sight of the Lord had been fulfilled. In that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and all around it were many fountains of wisdom. All the thirsty drank of them and were filled with wisdom, and their dwellings were with the righteous, the holy, and the elect. At that hour, that Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord of spirits, and his name was brought before the head of days. Even before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of the heaven were made, his name was named before the Lord of spirits. He will be a staff to the righteous, to steady themselves and not fall. He will be the light of the Gentiles and the hope of those who are troubled of heart. All who dwell on earth will fall down and worship before him, and will praise and bless and sing and celebrate with song the Lord of spirits. And for this reason he has been chosen and hidden in his sight before the creation of the world and forevermore. The wisdom of the Lord of spirits has revealed him to the holy and righteous, for he has preserved the lot of the righteous, because they have healed all this world's works and ways in the name of the Lord of spirits. For in his name they are saved, according to his good pleasure, and it is he who has regard for their life. In these days the kings of the earth will become downcast in countenance, as it will be as well with the strong who possess the land by the works of their hands. For on the day of their anguish and affliction or tribulation, they will not be able to save themselves. I will give them over into the hands of my elect. As straw in the fire, so will they burn before the presence of the holy. As lead in the water, will they sink before the face of the righteous. And no trace of them will be found any more. On the day of their tribulation, there will be rest on the earth, because the evil will fall and not rise again. There will be no one to raise them up, for they have denied the Lord of spirits and his anointed. The name of the Lord be blessed. Chapter 49. For wisdom is poured out like water, and glory will not fail in his sight forever. For he is mighty in all the secrets or mysteries of righteousness, and unrighteousness will disappear as a shadow and will cease to exist. For the elect one stands before the Lord of spirits, and his glory is forever and ever, and his might unto all generations. In him dwells the spirit of wisdom, and the spirit that gives insight, and the spirit of understanding and of might, and the spirit of those who have died in righteousness. He will judge the secret things, and none will be able to speak a lying word before him, for he is the elect one, before the Lord of spirits, according to his good pleasure. Chapter 50. And in those days a change will take place for the holy and elect, and the light of days will abide upon them, so that glory and honor will be given to the saints. On the day of trouble, tribulation will be heaped on the sinners. The righteous will be victorious in the name of the Lord of spirits, and he will make the others witness this, so that they may repent and forego the works of their hands. They will have no honor through the name of the Lord of spirits, yet through his name they will be saved. The Lord of spirits will have compassion on them, for his mercy is great. He is righteous also in his judgment, and in the presence of his glory, unrighteousness will not be able to stand. At his judgment, the unrepentant will perish before him. From then on, I will have no more mercy on them, says the Lord of spirits. Chapter 51. And in those days, the earth will give back that which has been entrusted to it, and Sheol, the grave, will give back that which it has received, and hell will give back that which it owes. For in those days the elect one will arise. He will choose the righteous and holy from among them, for the day has drawn near that they should be saved. In those days the elect one will sit on his throne, and his mouth will pour out all the secrets of wisdom and counsel. For the Lord of spirits has given them to him and has glorified them. In those days will the mountains leap like rams, and the hills will skip like animals satisfied with milk. The faces of all the angels in heaven will be lit up with joy. The earth will rejoice, and the righteous will dwell upon it, and the elect will walk upon it. Chapter 52. And after those days, in that place where I had seen all the visions of what was hidden, for I had been carried off in a whirlwind that had taken me towards the west, there my eyes saw all the secret things of heaven, that will be a mountain of iron, and a mountain of copper, and a mountain of silver, and a mountain of gold, and a mountain of soft metal, and a mountain of lead. I asked the angel who went with me, saying, What are these things that I have seen in secret? And he said to me, All these things you have seen will serve the dominion of his anointed, that he may be powerful and mighty on the earth. The angel of peace spoke to me, saying, Wait a little while, and all the secret things will be revealed to you, things that have to do with the Lord of spirits, and these mountains that your eyes have seen, the mountain of iron, and the mountain of copper, the mountain of silver, and the mountain of gold, and the mountain of soft metal, and the mountain of lead. All these will be like wax before a fire in the presence of the elect one, like the water that streams down from above on those mountains. These will become powerless before his feet. It will come to pass, chapter 7, it will come to pass in those days that none will be saved either by gold or by silver, and none will be able to save themselves or to escape. There will be no iron for war, nor material for insatiableness. Bronze will be of no use. Tin will be weakened, worthless, and lead will not be desired. And all these things will be meaningless and destroyed from the face of the earth when the elect one appears before the face of the Lord of spirits. Chapter 59. In those days my eyes saw the secrets of the lightnings, and of the lights, and the judgments that they execute. They lighten for a blessing, or for a curse, according to the desire of the Lord of spirits. There I saw the secrets of thunder, and how, when it booms above in the heavens, how the sound of it is heard. He allowed me to see the judgments being released on earth, whether they were for peace and for a blessing, or for a curse, according to the word of the Lord of spirits. After that, all the secrets of the lightnings were shown to me, and they strike for blessing and are fulfilled. Chapter 60. In the year 500, in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month, in the life of Enoch, in that parable I saw how the heaven of heavens was shaken fiercely, and the host of the Most High and the angels, 1,000 thousands and 10,000 times 10,000 were disquieted with great foreboding. And the head of days sat on the throne of his glory. And the angels and the righteous stood around him. A great trembling seized me, and fear took hold of me. My legs gave way, and I melted with weakness and fell on my face. And then Michael sent another angel from among the holy ones, and he raised me up. And when he had raised me up, my spirit returned, for I had not been able to endure the look of this host, and the disturbance and the shaking of heaven. Then Michael said to me, Why are you upset with such a vision? Until this day, his mercy and long-suffering has lasted toward those who dwell on the earth. And when the day and the power and the punishment and the judgment come, which the Lord of spirits has prepared for those who do not worship the righteous law, and for those who deny the righteous judgment, and for those who take his name in vain, that day is prepared. It will be a covenant for the elect, but for sinners an inquisition, when the punishment of the Lord of spirits will rest on them. it will not come in vain, and it will slay the children with their mothers, and the children with their fathers. And on that day 2 monsters were separated from one another, a female monster named Leviathan, to dwell in the abyss of the ocean over the fountains of the waters, and a male monster named Behemoth, which moves on its chest and occupies a wasted wilderness named Dudain, on the east of the garden where the elect and righteous dwell, where my great-grandfather was taken up, the 7th from Adam, the first man, the Lord of spirits created. Then I asked the other angel to show me the power of these 2 masters, how they were separated on the same day, one being thrown into the abyss of the sea, and the other to the earth's desert. He said to me, "You son of man, you wish to know what is kept secret." Then another angel who went with me showed me what was kept secret, and told me what is first and last in heaven, in the sky, and beneath the earth, in the depth, and at the ends of heaven, and on the foundation of heaven. He showed me how the winds were divided, and how they are weighed, and how the portals of the winds are reckoned, each according to the power of the wind. He showed me the power of the moon's light, that its power is a fitting one, as well as the divisions of the stars, according to their names, and how all the divisions are divided. He showed me that the lightning flashes, that its host immediately obeys, and that it stops during the progression of the sound of thunder. For the thunder has places of rest, which are assigned to it while it is waiting for its peal. The thunder and lightning are inseparable, and although they do not occur together, they both go together and do not separate. For when the lightning flashes, the thunder sounds, and the Spirit enforces a pause during the peal, making an equal division between them. For the treasury of their peals is like the sand, and each one of them, as it peals, is held in with a bridle and turned back by the power of the Spirit, which propels them as far as the whole extent of the earth. The spirit of the sea is also powerful and strong, and according to the might of his strength he draws it back with a rein, and in like manner it is driven forward and disperses in the midst of all the mountains of the earth. The spirit of the frost has its angel, and the spirit of the hail is a good angel. The spirit of the snow leaves its own place due to its strength, and a special spirit is in it which ascends from it like vapor and is called frost. And the spirit of the mists is not united with them in their chambers, but it has a special chamber, for its course is glorious both in light and darkness, and in the winter and in summer, and in its chamber is an angel. And the spirit of the dew lives in the extremities of heaven, and is connected with the chambers of the rain, and the course is in winter and summer. The cloud produced by it and the cloud of the mist are connected, one gives to the other. When the spirit of rain is in motion, angels come and open its chamber and lead it out. And when it is diffused over the whole earth, it unites with the water on earth. For the waters are for those who dwell on the earth. They are nourishment for the earth from the Most High who is in heaven. For this reason, there is a regulation in the quantity of rain, and the angels are in charge of it. I saw all these things from the garden of justice. Chapter 61. And I saw in those days how long cords were given to those angels who took to their wings and flew, advancing towards the north. I asked the angel, "Why have these angels taken their cords and gone off?" And he said to me, "They have gone to measure." And the angel who went with me said to me, "These are the measures of the righteous, and the righteous bring cords, so that they may depend on the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. The elect will begin to dwell with the elect. These are the measures that will be given to faith, and which will strengthen justice. And these measures will reveal all the secrets of the depths of the earth. And those who have been destroyed by the desert, and those who have been devoured by the beasts, and those who have been devoured by the fish of the sea, that they may return and stay themselves on the day of the elect one. For none shall be destroyed before the Lord of spirits, nor will any be capable of perishing. And all who live in the heavens above received a command, a power, one voice and one light like fire. They blessed him with their voice. They exalted him. They praised him with wisdom. They were wise with their speech and with the breath of life. And the Lord of spirits placed the elect one on the throne of glory, and he will judge all the works of the Holy One. And he will judge all the works of the holy above in heaven, and will weigh their action in a balance, when he lifts up his face to judge their secret ways in accordance with the word of the name of the Lord of spirits, and their path according to the way of the righteous judgment of the Lord of spirits. Then will they all speak with one voice, and bless, glorify, extol, and sanctify the name of the Lord of spirits. And he will summon all the hosts of the heavens, and all the holy ones above, and the host of God, the cherubim, the seraphim, and the ophanim, all the powerful angels, and all the angels of the principalities, and the elect one, and the other powers on the earth and over the water. They will raise their united voice and will bless, praise, and exalt with the spirit of faith, with the spirit of wisdom and patience, with the spirit of compassion, with the spirit of judgment and peace, and with the spirit of goodwill. All will say with a united voice, Blessed is he, and may the name of the Lord of spirits be blessed forever and ever. All who do not sleep in heaven above will bless him. All the holy ones who are in heaven will bless him, and all the elect who dwell in the garden of life, and every spirit of light who is capable of blessing, praising, exalting, and extolling your holy name. And all of the natural realm will beyond measure praise and bless your name forever and ever. For great is the mercy of the Lord of spirits, and he is long-suffering in all his works and all that he has created. He has revealed to the righteous and elect in the name of the Lord of spirits. Chapter 62. Thus the Lord commanded the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who dwell on the earth, and said, Open your eyes and lift up your horns, if you are able to honor the elect one. The Lord of spirits seated him on his throne of glory, and the spirit of righteousness was poured out upon him, and the word of his mouth slays all the sinners, and all the unrighteous are destroyed from before his face. And in that day all the kings, and all the mighty, and the exalted, and those who hold the earth will stand up and will see and will recognize that he sits on the throne of his glory, and that righteousness is judged before him, and no lying word is spoken before him. Then pain will come on them as on a woman in childbirth, who is seized by pain when her child enters the mouth of the womb. And one portion of them will look on the other, and they will be terrified, and they'll be downcast in countenance, and pain will seize them when they see that Son of Man sitting on the throne of his glory. And the kings and the mighty and all who possess the earth will bless and glorify and extol him who rules over all, he who was hidden. For from the beginning the Son of Man was hidden, and the Most High preserved him in the presence of his might and revealed him to the elect. and the congregation of the elect and chosen will be sown, and all the elect will stand before him on that day, and all the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who rule the earth will fall down before him on their faces in worship, and set their hope upon that Son of Man, and petition him and supplicate for mercy at his hands. Nevertheless, the Lord of spirits will so press them that they will hastily go from his presence, and their faces will be filled with shame, and the darkness of their face will grow deeper. And he will deliver them to the angels for punishment, to execute vengeance on them, because they have oppressed his children and his elect. And they will be a spectacle to the righteous and for his elect, who will rejoice over them. Because the wrath of the Lord of spirits rests upon them, and his sword is drunk with their blood, and the righteous and elect will be saved on that day. And they will never again see the face of the sinners and unrighteous. And the Lord of spirits will abide over them. And with that Son of Man, they will eat and lie down and rise up forever and ever. And the righteous and elect will have risen on the earth and cease to be of downcast countenance. And they will have been clothed with garments of glory. And these will be the garments of life from the Lord of spirits. And your garments will not grow old, nor your glory pass away, as you are before the Lord of spirits. Chapter 63. In those days the mighty and the kings who possess the earth will implore him to grant them respite from his angels of punishment, to whom they were delivered, that they might bow down and worship before the Lord of spirits, and confess their sins before him. And they will bless and praise the Lord of spirits. Blessed is the Lord of kings, and the Lord of the mighty, and the Lord of the rich, and the Lord of glory, and the Lord of wisdom. Every secret is revealed in your presence. Your power is from generation to generation, and your glory forever and ever. Deep and innumerable are all your secrets, and your righteousness is beyond reckoning. Now we realize that we should glorify and bless the Lord of Lords and him who is king over all things. And they will say, if only we had some rest to glorify and give thanks and confess our faith before his glory. And now we long for a little respite, but do not find it. We are driven away from it and do not possess it. Light has vanished from before us, and darkness is our dwelling forever and ever. For we have not believed in him. We have not praised the name of the Lord of spirits, but our hope was in the scepter of our kingdom and in our own glory. And now, in the day of our suffering and tribulation, he will not save us, and we will find no respite to confession that our Lord is true in all his works, and in his judgments, and his justice, and his judgments have no respect of persons. And we pass away from before his face on account of our works, and all our sins are measured up against righteousness. Now they will say to themselves, our souls are full of unrighteous gain, but it does not prevent us from descending from there into the torment of hell. And after that, their faces will be filled with darkness and shame before that Son of Man, and they will be driven from his presence. And the sword will continue from his face in their midst. Thus spoke the Lord of spirits. This is the ordinance and judgment with respect to the mighty and the kings and the exalted and those who possess the earth before the Lord of spirits. Chapter 64. I also saw other figures hidden in their places. I heard the voice of the angel saying, these are the angels who descended to the earth and revealed what was hidden to the children of men, and seduced the children of men into committing sin. Chapter 65. And in those days Noah saw the earth, that it had sunk down, and its destruction was near. So he arose from there and went to the ends of the earth and cried aloud to his grandfather Enoch. Noah said 3 times with an embittered voice, "Hear me now, hear me, hear me." And I said to him, "Tell me what is happening to the earth, as it is so badly affected and violently shaken. Surely I will perish with it." There was a great commotion on the earth, and a voice was heard from heaven, and I fell on my face. And Enoch, my grandfather, came and stood by me and said to me, "Why have you cried to me with a bitter cry and weeping? A decree has gone out from the presence of the Lord concerning those who dwell on the earth, that they must be destroyed. They have learned all the secrets of the angels and all the violence of the Satans, and all their powers, the most secret ones, and all the power of those who practice sorcery, and the power of witchcraft, and the power of those who make molten images for the whole earth. And now silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how soft metal originates in the earth. For lead and tin are not produced from the earth like the first. It is a fountain that produces them. And an angel stands in it, and that angel is preeminent. And after that my grandfather, Enoch, took hold of me by my hand and lifted me up and said to me, "Go, for I have asked the Lord of spirits regarding this commotion on the earth." And he said to me, "Because of their unrighteousness, their judgment has been determined and will not be withheld by me forever. Because of the sorceries which they have searched out and learned, the earth and those on it will be destroyed. They have no place of refuge forever, because they have shown them what was hidden, and so are damned. But as for you, my son, the Lord of spirits knows that you are good and innocent of this reproach concerning the secrets. He has established your name among the holy, and will preserve you among those who will dwell upon the earth. He has destined your righteous offspring both for kingship and great honor. From your offspring will proceed a fountain of the righteous and holy without number." Chapter 66. After this he showed me the angels of punishment, who are prepared to come and let loose all the powers of the waters which are beneath in the earth, in order to bring judgment and destruction on all who dwell in the earth. And the Lord of spirits gave commandment to the angels who were going forth, that they should not cause the waters to rise, but should hold them in check. For those angels were over the powers of the waters. And I went away from the presence of Enoch. Chapter 67. In those days the word of the Lord came to me, and he said, "Noah, your lot has come up before me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and righteousness. Now the angels are making a structure of wood, and when they have completed that task, I will place my hand on it and preserve it. The seed of life will come out of it, and a change will take place, so that the earth will not remain without inhabitant. I will establish your offspring before me forever and ever, and I will spread abroad those who dwell with you, and they will be fruitful and multiply and be blessed on the earth in the name of the Lord. He will imprison those angels who have shown unrighteousness in that burning valley that my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown me in the west, among the mountains of gold and silver, of iron, of soft metal, and of tin. And I saw that valley in which there was a great earthquake and a tidal wave of the water. When all this took place, from the fiery molten metal and from the convulsion thereof, in that place there was a smell of sulfur produced, and it was connected to those waters that burned beneath in that valley of the angels who led astray mankind. There were streams of fire throughout the valley where these angels are punished who led astray those who dwell on earth. But in those days, those waters will be for healing, the inner self and the body, and for judgment of the spirit, for the kings and the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth. Their spirit is full of lust, that they may be punished in their body, for they have denied the Lord of spirits. They see their punishment daily, and yet do not believe in his name. As the burning of their bodies becomes severe, a corresponding change will take place in their spirit forever and ever. For before the Lord they will give an account for every idle word. For judgment will come upon them, because they yield to the lust of their body, and deny the Spirit of the Lord. And the waters will change in those days. For when these angels are punished in these waters, the spirits will change. When the angels come up, the water of the springs will change their temperature and become cold. And I heard Michael answering and saying, the judgment by which the angels are judged is a testimony for the kings and mighty who possess the earth. For these waters of judgment will be for their healing of the kings and for the lust of their bodies. But they will not see and not believe that these waters will change and become a fire which burns forever. Chapter 68. After that, my grandfather Enoch gave me the teachings of all the secrets in the book of the prophecies that had been given to him, and he put them together for me in the words of the book of prophecies. And on that day Michael answered Raphael and said, the power of the Spirit grips me and makes me tremble because of the severity of the judgment of the secrets and the judgment of the angels. Who can endure the severe judgment which has been executed and before which they melt? And Michael spoke again and said to Raphael, whose heart is he who would not be softened by this, and whose mind would not be troubled by this judgment against them, because they led them astray? And it came to pass, when he stood before the Lord of spirits, that Michael said to Raphael, I will not defend them in the presence of the Lord, for the Lord has been angry because they presupposed to do as if they were the Lord. Therefore, all that is hidden will come on them forever and ever, for no other angel or man will partake of this judgment, but they alone have received this judgment forever and ever. Chapter 69. After this judgment they will be terrified and made to tremble, because they revealed secrets to those who dwell on the earth. Behold, the names of the guilty angels. The first of them is Semjaza, the second Artikfa, the third Armin, the fourth Kokabi, the fifth Turael, the sixth Rumjal, the seventh Danjal, the eighth Nekael, the ninth Barakel, the 10th Azazel, the 11th Armaros, the 12th Ba-Tarjal, the 13th Busasajal, the 14th Hananel, the 15th Turel, the 16th Simapasiel, the 17th Jetrel, the 18th Tumnael, the 19th Turel, the 20th Rummael, the 21st Azazel. And these are the chiefs of their angels, and their names, and their leaders over hundreds, leaders over 50s, and leaders over 10s. The name of the first is Jachan. He is the one that led astray the sons of God, the watchers, and brought them down to the earth, and led them astray through the daughters of men. The second was named Asbiel. He imparted to the holy sons of God, the watchers, evil counsel, and led them astray, so they defiled their bodies with the daughters of men. The third was named Gadriel. It is he who showed the children of men, humanity, all the blows of death. He led astray Eve and showed the weapons of death to the sons of men, the shield and the coat of mail, and the sword for the battle, and all the weapons of death to the children of men. And from his hand they have proceeded against those who dwell on the earth from that day and forevermore. And the fourth was named Penemue. He taught the children of men humanity, the bitter, the cons, and the sweet, the prose. And he taught them all the secrets of their wisdom. And he instructed mankind in writing with ink and paper, and thereby many sinned from eternity to eternity and until this day. For men were not created for the purpose of confirming their good faith with pen and ink. Men were created exactly like the angels, to the intent that they should continue pure and righteous. And death, which destroys everything, should not have touched them, but they perish because of their illicit knowledge, and death consumes them through this power. And the fifth was named Kasdajah. This is he who showed the children of men, humanity, all the wicked smitings of the embryo in the womb, that it might abort, and the smitings of the soul, which are bites of the serpent, and the smitings that happen by the midday heat, though the son of the serpent, named Tabaat. And this is the task of Casbeel, the chief of the oath which he showed to the angels when he dwelt high above in glory. And the name of the oath is Biqua. This angel, Kashiel, requested of Michael to show him the hidden name, that he might emaciate him, that he might enunciate it in the oath, so that others might quake before that name and oath, who revealed all that was in this secret to the children of men, humanity. This is the power of this oath, for it is powerful and strong. He placed this oath, Achaia, under the authority of Michael. And these are the secrets of this oath, that by them the heaven was held in place before the world was created, and forever it stands, because this oath is powerful. And through it the earth was founded on the water, and from the secret recesses of the mountains come beautiful waters. From the creation of the world and to eternity. Through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundation he set for it the sand against the time of judgment, and it bare not. Through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundation he set for it the sand against the time of judgment, and it dare not pass beyond it from creation of the world even unto eternity. Through that oath are the depths made firm, and abide, and stir not from their place from eternity to eternity. Through that oath the sun and the moon complete their course, and deviate not from their ordinance from eternity to eternity. Through that oath the sun and the moon complete their course, and he calls them by name, and they answer him from eternity to eternity. In like manner the spirits of the water, and of the winds, and of the various winds, and their paths from all quarters of the winds respond to his command. From there are preserved the voices of the thunder, and the light of the lightning. And there are preserved the storehouses of the hail, and the storehouses of the frost, the storehouses of the mist, and the storehouses of the rain and the dew. And all these believe and give thanks before the Lord of spirits, and glorify him with all their power, and their food is in every act of thanksgiving. They thank, glorify, and exalt the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. This oath is mighty over them, and through it they are preserved, and their paths are preserved, and their course is not destroyed. There was great joy among them, and they blessed, glorified, and extolled, because the name of that Son of Man had been revealed unto them. He sat on the throne of his glory, and the sum of judgment was given to the Son of man, he caused the sinners and all those who led the world astray to pass away and be destroyed from off the face of the earth. They will be bound with chains and shut up and imprisoned in their place of assembly, and all their works vanish from the face of the earth. From that time forward there will be nothing corruptible, for that Son of Man has appeared and has seated himself on the throne of his glory. All evil will pass away from before his face, and the word of that Son of Man will go out and be strong before the Lord of spirits. Chapter 70. It came to pass after this that during his lifetime his name was raised up to be the Son of Man unto the Lord of spirits, from among those who dwell on earth. He was raised aloft on the chariots of the Spirit, and his name vanished among them, and from that day was no longer numbered among them. And he placed me between the two winds, between the north and the west, where the angels took the cords to measure the place for the elect and righteous for me. There I saw the first fathers and the righteous who dwell in that place from the beginning. Chapter 71. It came to pass after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens. I saw the holy sons of God, and they were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their face shone like the sun. And I saw two rivers of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth. And I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits. And the angel Michael, one of the archangels, seized me by the right hand and lifted me up and led me out into all the secrets of righteousness. He showed me all the secrets of the ends of heaven, and all the storehouses of all the stars, and all the lights from where they proceed before the face of the holy ones. He translated my spirit into the heaven of heavens. I saw there, as it were, a structure built of crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. My spirit saw the girdle of fire that encircled that house of fire. On its four sides were streams full of living fire, and they girded that house. And round about were seraphim, cherubim, and ophanim, and these are they who never sleep, and they guard the throne of his glory. I saw angels that could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000. Encircling that house, Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, Peniel, and the holy angels who are in heaven above go in and out of that house. Michael and Gabriel, Raphael and Phanuel come out from that house, and many holy angels without number. With them was the head of days, his head white and pure as wool, and his raiment indescribable. I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and I was transfigured. I cried aloud with the spirit of power, and I blessed, glorified, and exalted. These blessings which went out from my mouth were very pleasing before that head of days. That head of days came with Michael and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, and thousands and 10,000 of angels without number. The angel came to me and greeted me with his voice and said to me, "This is the Son of Man, who is born unto righteousness, and righteousness abides over him, and the righteousness of the head of days forsakes him not." And he said to me, "He proclaims to you peace in the name of the world to come, for from there peace has proceeded since before the creation of the world, and it will be with you forever and ever. All will walk in his ways, since righteousness is ever his. With him will be their dwelling place, and with him their heritage. They will not be separated from him forever and ever. So there will be length of days. So there will be length of days with the Son of Man, and the righteous will have peace and an upright way in the name of the land of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. The Book of Enoch, Part 3, The Heavenly Luminaries. Chapter 72. The book of the courses of the luminaries in heaven, the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, who is their guide, showed me, and he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with each of the years of the world and to eternity, until the new creation is accomplished, which endures until eternity. This is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern doors of heaven, and its setting in the western doors of heaven. I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets. The moon rises and sets in these portals. I saw the leader of the stars, and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. There were also many windows to the right and left of these portals. From there goes out the great luminary named the sun. Its orb is like heaven's orb, the whole of it being filled with splendid and flaming fire. The wind blows the chariot on which it ascends. The sun goes down from heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is led so as to enter by that portal and illuminate the face of the sky. In this way it rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the 4th. In that 4th portal, from which the sun rises, in the first month are 12 windows from which proceed. In that 4th portal, from which the sun rises, in the first month are 12 windows from which proceed a flame when they are opened in their season. When the sun rises in heaven, it comes out through that 4th portal 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the 4th portal in the west of the heaven. During this period, the day becomes longer daily, and nights grow shorter to the 30th month. On that day, the day is longer by 2 parts longer than the night. The day, exactly. During this period, the day becomes longer daily, and nights grow shorter to the 30th morning. On that day, the day is longer by 2 parts longer than the night. The day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. The sun rises through this 4th portal and sets in it, and returns to the 5th portal in the east for 30 days and rises from it and sets in the 5th portal. Then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. It returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal and rises and sets in the 6th portal for 31 mornings on account of its sign. On that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. The sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. The sun returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. When that has happened, the day becomes shortened by exactly 1 part, so that it is 11 parts, while the night is 7 parts. When the sun goes out from that 6th portal in the west and goes to the east, and rises in the 4th portal for 30 mornings and sets in there. When the sun goes out from that 6th portal in the west and goes to the east and rises in the 4th portal for 30 mornings and sets in the west again in the 5th western portal. When that, let's see. Then the sun goes out from the 5th portal and sets in the 5th portal of the west and rises in the 4th portal for 31 days on account of its signs and sets in the west. At that time, the day is equal with the night in length, and the night amounts to 9 parts and the day to 9 parts. The sun rises from that portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and rises 30 mornings in the 3rd portal and sets in the west in the 3rd portal. At that time the night becomes longer than the day, and the night amounts to 10 parts and the day to 8. The sun then rises from that 3rd portal as it sets in the 3rd portal in the west and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the 2nd door in the east, and in like manner sets in the 2nd portal in the west of heaven. At that time the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day is 7 parts. Then at that time the sun goes from the 2nd portal as it sets in the 2nd portal from the west, but returns to the east. Then at that time the sun goes from the 2nd portal as it sets in the 2nd portal from the west, but returns to the east by the 1st portal for 31 days, and sets in the west from the 1st portal. At that time the night is lengthened as much as the day. It is exactly 12 parts, while the day is 6 parts. The sun has traversed the divisions of its orbit, and a second time goes around on those divisions of its orbit in that 1st portal. In that 1st portal, it enters for 30 days and sets in that opposite part of heaven in the west. At that time, the length of the night is shortened by a 4th part, that is 1 portion, and becomes 11 parts. The day is 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the 2nd portal in the east, and returns on its divisions. And returns on those its divisions of its orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. At that time the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. Now the people. And the sun has returned and entered into the 2nd portal in the east, and returns on those its divisions of its orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. At that time the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. Then the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the 3rd portal for 31 mornings, and sets in the west of heaven. At that time the night becomes shortened and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the night is equal to the day. The year is exactly 364 days. The length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night, arise through the course of the sun. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. This is the law and the course of the great luminary in its returning for 60 days and going out. This is the great everlasting luminary, the sun, forever and ever. That is a great luminary which goes forth and which is named after its kind, according as the Lord commanded. As it rises, so it sets and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night. Its light is sevenfold brighter than that of the moon, but in regard to size, they are both equal. Chapter 73. After this, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary named the moon, and the shape of it is like the shape of the sun. The wind blows the chariot on which it rides, and the light is given to it by the measure. Its rising and setting change every month, and its days are like the days of the sun when its light is full. Its light is a seventh part of the sun's light, and it rises like this. And its first phase in the east comes forth on the 30th morning. At that time, it becomes visible and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. One half of it goes out by a seventh part, and the whole of its orb is empty of light, except for a seventh part, the 14th part of its light. And when it receives 1/7 part of the half of its light amounts to 1/7 part and the half thereof. It sets with the sun. And when the sun rises, the moon rises with it, receiving half a part of light. On that night, at the beginning of its morning, at the beginning of the moon's day, the sun sets with the sun, and on that night it is dark in its 14.5 parts. It rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes out and recedes from the rising of the sun. During the remainder of its time, its light increases. Then I saw another course and regulation, and how it makes its monthly journey according to that regulation. Uriel, the holy angel, who is the leader of them all, showed all these to me and their positions, and I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me. I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights, till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7th parts, it accomplishes all its light in the east, and in single 7th parts, it accomplishes all its darkness in the west. But in certain months, it alters its settings, and in certain months, it pursues its own way. In 2 months, the moon sets with the sun in those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and the 4th. It goes out for 7 days and turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and all its light is full, and it recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the 6th portal from which the sun goes out. When the sun goes out from the 4th portal, it goes out 7 days until it goes out from the 5th and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal and accomplishes all its light. And it recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days. Then it returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal from which the sun goes out. Thus I saw their positions according to the fixed order of the month. The sun rises and sets. Chapter 75. These are the leaders of the heads of the thousands, who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars, with the 4 days which are added and never separated from their allotted place, according to the calculation of the year. And these serve the 4 days which are not calculated in the calculation of the year, and because of them people go wrong in them. For those luminaries truly serve in the stations of the world, one in the 1st portal, one in the 3rd portal, one in the fourth portal, and one in the sixth portal. And the harmony of the world is completed by those 364 stations. The signs, the times, the years, and the days were shown to me by the angel Uriel, whom the Lord of glory appointed over all the heavenly luminaries in heaven and in the world, that they should rule on the face of heaven and be seen on the earth, and be leaders of the days and nights, the sun, the moon, the stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of heaven. In like manner, 12 portals Uriel showed me, open in the sphere of the sun's chariot in heaven, from which the rays of the sun shoot forth. From them is warmth diffused over the earth when they are opened at their appointed seasons. They are for the winds and the spirit of the dew, that when they are opened, stand open in heaven at the ends of the earth. I saw 12 portals in heaven at the ends of the earth, out of which go out of the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven rise and set. Many windows also are open on the right and on the left. One window at its appointed season produces warmth, corresponding to the portals from which the stars came out, as he has commanded them, and in which they are set, corresponding to their number. I saw chariots in heaven, turning in the world above, those portals in which the stars turn, which never set. One of these is larger than all the others, and it makes its course through the entire world. Chapter 76. At the ends of the earth, I saw 12 portals open to all quarters of heaven, from which the winds go out and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face of heaven, and 3 in the west, 3 on the right of heaven, and 3 on the left. The first 3 are those of the east, and 3 are of the north, and 3 after those on the left of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these go winds of blessing and prosperity, and from those 8 go hurtful winds. When they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth, all its inhabitants, and everything that is in the waters and on dry land. The first wind from those portals, called the east wind, goes out from the first portal, which is in the east, inclining towards the south, bringing desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. From the second portal, the middle one, goes what is fitting, what is fair. Rain, from it goes rain, fruitfulness, prosperity, and dew. From the third portal, which lies towards the north, go cold and drought. After these, the south winds come out through 3 portals. A hot wind comes through the first portal, which is to the east, and through the middle portal next to it come lovely fragrances, dew, rain, prosperity, and life. And through the third portal, which lies to the west, comes dew, rain, locust, and desolation. And from the seventh portal in the east comes the north winds, and dew, rain, locust, and desolation. And from the center portal comes rain, dew, life, and prosperity. From the third portal, which is to the west, come cloud, frost, snow, rain, dew, and locust. After these came the 4 west winds. Through the first portal, which is to the north, come dew, frost, cold, snow, and ice. And from the center portal come dew, rain, prosperity, and blessing. And through the last portal, which adjoins the south, come drought, desolation, burning, and destruction. The account of the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of heaven are complete. All their laws, plagues, and benefactions I have shown you, my son Methuselah. Chapter 77. The first quarter is called the east, because it is the first. The second is called the south, because the Most High will descend there. From there will he who is blessed forever descend. The west quarter is named diminished, because there all the luminaries of the heaven wane and go down there. The fourth quarter, you'll like this. The fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men. The second contains seas of water and the abyss, forests, rivers, darkness, and clouds. The third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on the earth, and snow comes from them, while days, seasons, and years depart and pass away. I saw 7 rivers on the earth, larger than all the rivers. One of them, coming from the west, pours its waters into the great sea. 2 come from the north to the sea, and their waters flow into the Erythraean Sea in the east. The remaining 4 come out of the side of the north to their own sea, 2 into the Erythraean Sea, and 2 into the great sea. Some say they discharge themselves there into the desert. I saw 7 great islands in the sea, and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland, 2 in the mainland, and 5 in the great sea. Chapter 78. The names of the sun are the following: the first Oharas, and the second Tomas. The moon has 4 names. The first is Asonia, the second Ihiah, the third Benes, and the fourth Ariel. These are the 2 great luminaries. Their orbs are like These are the 2 great luminaries. Their orbs are like the orbs of heaven, and the dimensions of both appear equal. In the orb of the sun, there are 7 portions of light, which is added to it more than to the moon. In the orb of the sun, there are 7 portions of light, which is added to it more than to the moon. In fixed measurements, it is transferred until the 7th portion of the sun is exhausted. They set and enter the portals of the west and make their revolution by the north and come out through the eastern portals on the face of heaven. When the moon rises, 1/14th part appears in heaven, and on the 14th day the moon's light becomes full. 15 parts of light are transferred to it until the 15th day, when its light is full, according to the sign of the year, and it becomes 15 parts, and the moon grows by an additional 14 parts. During its waning on the first day, the moon's light decreases to a 14th part. On the second day, it decreases to a 13th part. On the third day, to a 12th part. On the 4th day, to an 11th part. On the 5th day, to a 10th part. On the 6th day, to a 9th part. On the 7th day, it decreases to an 8th part. On the 8th day, it decreases to a 7th part. On the 9th day, it decreases to a 6th part. On the 10th day, it decreases to a 5th part. On the 11th day, it decreases to a 5th part. On the 12th part, it increases. On the 10th day, it decreases to a 5th part. On the 11th day, it decreases to a 4th part. On the 12th day, it decreases to a 3rd part. On the 13th day, it decreases to a 2nd part. On the 14th day, it decreases to a half of its 7th part. And on the 15th day, the remainder of its light disappears fully. In certain months, the month has 29 days, and once 28. And Uriel showed me another law when light is transformed. In certain months, let's see, am I doing that right? In certain months, the month has 29 days, and once 28. And Uriel showed me another law when light is transferred to the moon, and on which side it is transferred to her by the sun. During the time that the moon's light is increasing, it is transferring it to itself when opposite to the sun, until in 14 days its light is full of heaven, and when it is ablaze throughout, its light is full of heaven. On the first day, it is called the new moon, for on that day the light rises on it. For on that day the light rises on it. It becomes a full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east it rises at night, and the moon shines the whole night through until the sun rises opposite it, and the moon is seen opposite the sun. On the side on which the moon's light appears, there again it wanes until all the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and its orb is empty, void of light. For 3 months it achieves 30 days at its proper time, and for 3 more months it achieves 29 days, in which it accomplishes its warning in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 177 days. In the time of its going out, it appears for 3 months, consisting of 30 days each, and it appears for 3 months, consisting of 29 days. In the night, for 20 days, each time it looks like a human face, and by day it appears like heaven, and there is nothing else in it except its light. And now, my son Methuselah, I have shown you everything, and the law of all the stars of heaven is completed. He showed me all the laws of these for every day, and for every season, and for every year, and for its going out, and for the order prescribed to it every month and every week. He showed me also the waning of the man. He showed me all the laws of these for every day, and for every season, and for every year, and for its going out, and for the order prescribed to it every month and every week. He showed me also the waning of the moon, which takes place in the 6th portal. For in this 6th portal its light is accomplished, and after that there is the beginning of the waning. Its waning takes place in the 1st portal in its season until 177 days are accomplished, calculated according to weeks, 25 weeks and 2 days. It falls behind the sun and the order of the stars, exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this which you see has been traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel. Chapter 80. And in those days the angel Uriel spoke to me and said, Behold, I have shown you everything, Enoch, and I have revealed everything to you, that you should see this sun and this moon and the leaders of the stars of heaven and all those who turn them, their tasks and times and departures. And in the days of the sinners, the years will be shortened, their seed will be tardy on their lands and fields, and all things on the earth will be altered and not appear on time. The rain will be kept back, and the heavens will withhold it. In those times the fruits of the earth will be backward and will not grow in their time, and the fruits of the trees will be withheld from coming in their time. The moon will alter its order and not appear at its time. In those days the sun will be seen, and it will journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and will shine more brightly than accords with the order of light. Many rulers of the stars will transgress a customary order. These will alter their orbits and tasks and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. The whole order of the stars will be hidden from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth will err concerning them, and they will be altered from all their ways and believe them to be gods. Evil will be multiplied on them, and punishment will come on them so as to destroy all. Chapter 81. Uriel said to me, Enoch, look at these heavenly tablets and read what is written on them and mark every individual fact. I observed the heavenly tablets and read everything that was written on it, and I read the book of all the deeds of mankind and of all the children of the flesh that will be on earth to the remotest generations. I bless the great Lord, the King of glory forever, and that he has made all the works of the world. I extolled the Lord because of his patience, and blessed him because of the children of men. After that I said, Blessed is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, and concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment will be found. Then those 7 archangels brought me and placed me on the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, Declare everything to your son Methuselah, and show to all of your children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator. For 1 year we will leave you with your son until you give your last commands, that you may teach your children and record it for them, and testify to all of your children. And in the 2nd year they will take you from their midst. Let your heart be strong, for the good will announce righteousness to the good. The righteous will rejoice with the righteous, and will wish each other well. But the sinners will die with the sinners, and the apostate go down with the apostate. Those who practice righteousness will still die on account of the deeds of other men, and be taken away on account of the wrongdoings of the godless. So in those days these archangels ceased speaking to me, and so I came to my people, blessing the Lord of the world. Chapter 82. And now, my son Methuselah, all these things I am recounting for you and writing down for you. I have revealed everything to you and given you books concerning all these. So my son Methuselah, preserve the books from your father's hand, and see that you deliver them to the generations of the world. I have given wisdom to you and your children and their children, that they should give it to their children for generations. This is a wisdom that passes their understanding. Those who understand it will not slumber, but will listen with their ear, that they may learn this wisdom, which will be more pleasing than good food. Blessed are the righteous. Blessed are all who behave in a righteous manner and sin not as the sinners. In the numbering of all their days, in which the sun traverses heaven, it goes in and out of each portal for 30 days, with the leaders of the thousands of the order of the stars, together with the 4 which are within the calendar, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them for 4 days. Owing to them, men get this very much wrong, because they do not count them in the whole number of days in the year. Men will be at fault and not recognize them accurately, for they belong to the calculations of the year and are truly recorded there forever, 1 in the first portal, and 1 in the third, and 1 in the fourth, and 1 in the 6th, and the year is completed in 364 days. It has been accurately accounted and recorded. Uriel has explained to me, and communicated to me about the luminaries, the months, the fixed times, the years, and the days. He has power over night and day in heaven to cause the light to give light to humanity, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of heaven which revolve in their circular chariots. These are the orders of the stars which set in their places and in their seasons, fixed times and months. These are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. Their 4 leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for 360 days there are heads over thousands who divide the days. And for the 4 intercalary days there are the leaders which sunder the 4 parts of the year. These heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station, but their leaders make the division. These are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year which are ordained. Milkiel, He, Amalek, Melagel, and Nerel. The names of those who lead them are Adnarel, Ijesusael, and Elomiel. These 3 follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the 3 leaders of the orders, which follow those leaders of stations that divide the 4 parts of the year. In the first part of the year, Melchijel rises and rules. This is named the southern sun. All the days of his influence, during which he rules, are 91 days. These are the signs of the days which are to be seen on the earth in the days of his dominion: sweat, heat, and calms. And all the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field. But the trees of the winter season become withered. These are the names of the leaders which are under them: Berkael, Zelabsel, and another who is added, ahead of 1,000, called Hilu Jasaph. The days of whose influence have come to an end. The next leader after him is Helamelech, whose name they call the Splendid Sun. All the days of his light are 91 days. These are the signs of his days on the earth: glowing heat and dryness, and the trees ripen their fruits and produce all their fruits ripe and ready, and the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and everything that is in the fields and the winepress. These things take place in the days of his dominion. These are the names and the orders and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gid, Dai, Jal, Keel, and Heel. And the name of the additional leader of 1,000 is Asphael. The days of his influence are at an end. The Book of Enoch, Part 4, The Visions of the History of the World. Chapter 83. Now my son Methuselah, I will show you all my visions which I have seen, recounting them before you. I saw 2 visions before I took a wife, and the one was quite unlike the other. The first was when I was learning to write, and the second, before I married your mother, was when I saw a terrible vision. I sought the Lord regarding them. I had laid down in the house of my grandfather Mahalalel, when I saw in a vision how heaven collapsed and was removed and fell to the earth. When it fell to the earth, I saw how the earth was swallowed up in a great abyss, and mountains were suspended over mountains. Hills sank down on hills, and high trees were ripped from their stems, and hurled down and sunk into the abyss. Then a word fell into my mouth, and I lifted up my voice to cry aloud, and said, The earth is destroyed. And my grandfather, Mahalalel, woke me as I laid near him, and said to me, Why do you cry so, my son, and why do you make such lamentation? Then I recounted to him the whole vision I had seen. He said to me, You have seen a terrible thing, my son. Your dream vision is of a grave time, and concerns the secrets of all the sin of the earth. This sin must sink into the abyss and be totally destroyed. Now, my son, arise and pray to the Lord of glory, since you are a believer, that a remnant may remain on the earth, and that he may not destroy the whole earth. My son, from heaven will come all this on earth, and on earth there will be a great destruction. After that I arose and prayed, and implored and besought God, and wrote down my prayer for the generations of the world, and I will show everything to you, my son Methuselah. When I had gone out below and seen heaven and the sun rising in the east, and the moon setting in the west, and a few stars in the whole earth, and everything as he had known it in the beginning, then I blessed the Lord of judgment and exalted him, because he had made the sun go out from the windows of the east, and the sun ascended and rose on the face of heaven, and set out, and kept traversing the path shown it. I lifted up my hands in righteousness. And, chapter 84. I lifted up my hands in righteousness, and blessed the Holy and Great One. And I spoke with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, that God has made for the children of the flesh of men, that they should speak with. He gave them breath, a tongue, and a mouth, that they should speak therewith. Blessed be you, O Lord, King, great and mighty in your greatness, Lord of the whole creation of heaven, King of kings, and God of the whole earth. Your power, kingship, and greatness abide forever and ever, and your dominion throughout all generations. All the heavens are your throne forever, and the whole earth your footstool forever and ever. For you have made, and you rule over all things, and nothing is too hard for you. Wisdom does not depart from the place of your throne, nor turn away from your presence. You know and see everything, and there is nothing hidden from you, for you see everything. Now the angels of your heavens are guilty of trespass, and on the flesh of men abides your wrath until the great day of judgment. Now, O God, and Lord, and great King, I implore and beseech you to fulfill my prayer, to leave me a posterity on earth, and to not destroy all the flesh of man, and make the earth without inhabitants, in an eternal destruction. Now, my Lord, destroy from the earth the flesh that had aroused your wrath, but the flesh of righteousness and uprightness establish as a plant of the eternal seed. Do not hide your face from the prayer of your servant, O Lord. Chapter 85. After this I saw another dream, and I will show the whole dream to you, my son. Enoch lifted up his voice and spoke to his son Methuselah. To you, my son, will I speak. Hear my word. Incline your ear to the dream vision of your father. Before I took your mother, Edna, I saw in a vision on my bed, and behold, a bull, Adam, came forth from the earth, and that bull was white. After it came a heifer, Eve, and after her came two bulls, one of them black, and Cain, and one of them red, Abel. That black bull, Cain, gored the red bull, Abel, and pursued him over the earth. And then I could no longer see that red bull. But that black bull, Cain, grew, and a heifer, his wife, went with him. And I saw that many oxen, their offspring, proceeded from him, and they resembled and followed him. That cow, Eve, went from the presence of that first bull, Adam, in order to seek that red one, Abel, but did not find him, and lamented with a great lamentation over him and sought him. I looked until that first bull, Adam, came to her, Eve, and quieted her, and from that time forward she cried no more. After that she bore another white bull, Seth, and after him she bore many bulls and black cows, more children. I saw in my sleep that white bull, Seth, likewise grow and become a great white bull. From him proceeded many white bulls, his offspring, and they resembled him. They began to beget many white bulls, which resembled them, and there were many of them, one after another. Chapter 86. Again I saw with my eyes as I slept, and I saw heaven above. Behold, a star fell from heaven, Satan, and it arose and ate, and pastured among those oxen. After that I saw the large and black oxen, and behold, they all changed their stalls, pastures, and their cattle, and began to live with each other. Again I saw in the vision, and looked towards heaven, and behold, I saw many stars, the fallen watchers, descend and cast themselves down from heaven to the first star, Satan. They became bulls among these cattle, humanity, and pastured with them. I looked at them and saw, and beheld they let out their privy members like horses, and began to cover the cows, women of the oxen. They all became pregnant and gave birth to elephants, camels, and donkeys, Nephilim. All the oxen feared them and were terrified by them, and began to bite with their teeth, and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began to devour those oxen, and behold, all the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them, and to flee from them. Chapter 87. Again I saw how they began to gore and to devour each other, and the earth began to cry aloud. I raised my eyes again to heaven, and I saw in the vision, and behold, there came forth from heaven beings who were like white men. 4 archangels went forth from that place, and 3 with them. Those 3 that last came forth, grasped me by the hand, and took me up away from the generations of earth, and raised me up to a lofty place, and showed me a tower raised high above the earth, and all the hills were lower. One said to me, Remain here until you see everything that befalls those elephants, camels, and donkeys, Nephilim, to the stars, the watchers, and to all the oxen, humanity. Chapter 88. I saw one of those 4, Michael, who had come forth first, and he seized that first star, Satan, which had fallen from heaven, and bound it hand and foot, and cast it into an abyss. Now that abyss was narrow, deep, horrible, and dark. One of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants, donkeys, and camels, Nephilim. Then they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. As I was beholding the vision, one of those 4 archangels who had come forth stoned them from heaven, and gathered and took all the great stars, watchers, whose privy members were like those of horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them into an abyss of the earth. Chapter 89. One of those 4 archangels went to that white bull, Noah, and instructed him in secret, without him his being terrified. He was born a bull and became a man and built for himself a great vessel and dwelt thereon. 3 bulls, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, lived with him in that vessel which covered them. Again I raised my eyes toward heaven, and I saw a lofty roof, with 7 water torrents above it, and those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. I saw again, and behold, fountains were opened on the surface of the great enclosure, and that water began to swell and rise upon the surface. I saw that enclosure till all its surface was covered with water, the darkness, and mist increased upon it. As I looked at the height of that water had risen above the height of that enclosure, and was streaming over that enclosure, and it stood upon the earth. All the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together until I saw how they sank and were swallowed up and perished in that water. But that vessel floated on the water, while all the oxen, humans, and elephants, and camels and donkeys, Nephilim, sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them. They were not able to escape, but perished and sank into the depths. Again I saw in the vision until those 7 water torrents were removed from that high roof, and the chasms of the earth were leveled up, and other abysses were opened. Then the water began to run down into these, till the earth became visible, but that vessel settled on the earth, and the darkness retired, and light appeared. But that white bull, Noah, which had become a man, came out of that vessel, and the 3 bulls, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, with him. One of those 3 was white, like that bull, Shem, and one of them was red as blood, Japheth, and one black, Ham, and that white bull departed from them. Chapter 89. They began to bring forth beasts of the field and birds, so that there arose different species, lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars, foxes, squirrels, swine, falcons, vultures, kites, eagles, and ravens. Among them was born a white bull, Abraham. They began to bite one another. But that white bull, Abraham, which was born among them, fathered a wild donkey, Ishmael, and a white bull, Isaac, with it. And the wild donkeys, Ishmaelites, multiplied. But that bull, Isaac, which was born from him, fathered a black wild boar, Esau, and a white sheep, Jacob. The former fathered many boars, but that sheep gave birth to 12 sheep, Jacob's 12 sons. When those 12 sheep had grown, they gave up one, Joseph, of them to the donkeys, Ishmaelites. Those donkeys, Ishmaelites, again gave up that sheep, Joseph, to the wolves, Egyptians, and that sheep, Joseph, grew up among the wolves, Egyptians. The Lord brought the 11 sheep, Jacob's sons, to live with it, Joseph, and pasture with it among the wolves, Egyptians. They multiplied and became many flocks of sheep. The wolves, Egyptians, began to fear them. The wolves, Egyptians, began to fear them, Israelites, and they oppressed them until they destroyed their little ones, and they cast their young into a river of much water. Now the sheep, Israelites, began to cry aloud on account of their little ones, and to complain unto their Lord. A sheep, Moses, which had been saved from the wolves, Egyptians, fled and escaped to the wild donkeys, Ishmaelites. I saw the sheep, Israelites, lamenting and crying and petitioning their Lord with all their might, till the Lord of the sheep descended at the voice of the sheep, Israelites, from his high dwelling. And he came to them and pastured them. He called that sheep Moses, which had escaped the wolves, Egyptians, and told him to make the wolves, Egyptians, understand that they were not to touch the sheep, Israelites. And the sheep, Moses, went to the wolves, Egyptians, according to the word of the Lord, and another sheep, Aaron, met him and went with him, and the two went and entered together into the assembly of those wolves, Egyptians. They, Moses and Aaron, spoke with them, Egyptians, and admonished them not to touch the sheep, Israelites, from then on. Afterwards I saw the wolves, Egyptians, and how they oppressed the sheep, Israelites, exceedingly with all their power. The sheep, Israelites, cried aloud, and the Lord came to the sheep, Israelites, and they began to smite those wolves, Egyptians, and the wolves, Egyptians, began to make lamentation. But the sheep, Israelites, became quiet from then on and did not cry out. I saw the sheep, Israelites, till they departed from among the wolves, Egyptians. But the eyes of the wolves, Egyptians, were blinded, and those wolves, Egyptians, departed in pursuit of the sheep, Israelites, with all their power. The Lord of the sheep went with them as their leader, and all his sheep, Israelites, followed him, and his face was dazzling and glorious and terrible to behold. But the wolves, Egyptians, began to pursue those sheep, Israelites, till they reached a sea of water, the Red Sea. That sea was divided, and the waters stood on this side and on that before their face. And their Lord led them and placed himself between them and the wolves, Egyptians. As those wolves, Egyptians, did not yet see the sheep, Israelites, they proceeded into the midst of the sea, the Red Sea, and those wolves, Egyptians, followed the sheep, Israelites, and those wolves, Egyptians, ran after them into that sea, the Red Sea. When they, Egyptians, saw the Lord of the sheep, they turned to flee before his face. But that sea, the Red Sea, gathered itself together and became as it had been created. The water swelled and rose till it covered those wolves, Egyptians. I saw till all the wolves, Egyptians, who pursued those sheep, Israelites, perished and were drowned. Good morning. Chapter 89. But the sheep, Israel, escaped from that water and went into a wilderness where there was no water and no grass. And they, Israelites, began to open their eyes and to see. I saw the Lord of the sheep pasturing them, Israelites, and giving them water and grass, with that sheep, Moses, going and leading them. And when he, Moses, ascended to the summit of a tall rock, the Lord sent him to them. After that I saw the Lord of the sheep, who stood before them, Israelites, and his appearance was great and terrible and majestic, and all those sheep, Israelites, saw him and were afraid before his face. And they, Israelites, all feared and trembled because of him. And they cried to that sheep, Moses, which was among them, We are not able to stand before our Lord or behold him. That sheep, Moses, who led them again, ascended to the summit of that rock, Mount Sinai. But the sheep, Israelites, began to be blinded and to wander from the way which he had shown them. But that sheep, Moses, did not know it. The Lord of the sheep was wrathful exceedingly against them, Israelites, and that sheep, Moses, discovered it and went down from the summit of the rock, and coming to the sheep, Israelites, found that there were many of them blinded and fallen away. As soon as they saw him, Moses, they feared and trembled at his presence and desired to return to their folds. That sheep, Moses, took other sheep, Israelites, with it, and came to those sheep, Israelites, that had fallen away, and began to slay them. And the sheep, Israelites, feared his presence. And thus that sheep, Moses, brought back those sheep, Israelites, that had fallen away, and they returned to their folds. I saw in this vision till that sheep, Moses, became a man and built a house for the Lord of the sheep, and placed all the sheep, Israelites, in that house. And I saw till those sheep, Israelites, which had met that sheep, Moses, which led them, fell asleep, died. And I saw till all the great sheep perished, and little ones arose in their place. And they came to a pasture, and approached a stream of water, the Jordan River. Then that sheep, Moses, their leader, which had become a man, withdrew from them, and fell asleep, died. And all the sheep, Israelites, sought it, and cried over it with great crying. I saw they left off crying for that sheep, Moses, and crossed that stream of water, the Jordan River, and there arose the two sheep, Joshua and Caleb, as leaders in the place of those who had led them, but had fallen asleep, died. I saw till the sheep, Israelites, came to a good place, and a pleasant and glorious land, the promised land. And I saw till those sheep, Israelites, were satisfied. That house stood among them in the pleasant land. Chapter 89. Sometimes their, Israelites' eyes were opened, and sometimes blinded, till another sheep, Samuel, arose, and led them and brought them all back, and their eyes were opened. And the dogs, Philistines, and the foxes, and the wild boars began to devour those sheep, Israelites, till the Lord of the sheep raised up another sheep, King Saul, a ram from their midst, which led them. That ram, King Saul, began to butt on either side those dogs, Philistines, foxes, and wild boars, till he had destroyed them all. That sheep, Samuel, whose eyes were opened, saw that ram, King Saul, which was among the sheep, Israelites, till it forsook its glory, and began to butt those sheep, Hebrews, and trampled upon them, and behaved itself unseemly. The Lord of the sheep sent the lamb, Samuel, to another lamb, David, and raised it to being a ram and leader of the sheep, Israelites, instead of that ram, Saul, which had forsaken its glory. And he, Samuel, went to him, David, and spoke to it alone, and raised it to being a ram, and made it the prince and leader of the sheep, Israelites. But during all these things, those dogs, Philistines, oppressed the sheep, Israelites. And the first ram, Saul, pursued that second ram, David, and that second ram, David, arose and fled before it. And I saw till those dogs, Philistines, pulled down the first ram, Saul. That second ram, David, arose and led the little sheep, Israelites. Those sheep, Israelites, grew and multiplied, but all the dogs, Philistines, foxes, and wild boars feared and fled before him. And that ram, David, butted and killed the wild beast, and those wild beasts had no longer any power among the sheep, Israelites, and robbed them no more. And that ram, David, fathered many sheep, his offspring, and fell asleep, died. And a little sheep, Solomon, became a ram in its stead, and became prince and leader of those sheep, Israelites. And that house became great and broad, and it was built for those sheep, Israelites, and a great lofty tower was built on that house for the Lord of the sheep. And that house was low, but the tower was elevated and lofty. The Lord of the sheep stood on that tower, and they, Israelites, offered a full table before him. Chapter 89. Again I saw those sheep, Israelites, who went astray, and went many ways, and forsook that house of theirs. The Lord of the sheep called some prophets. The Lord of the sheep called some prophets from among the sheep and sent them to the sheep Israelites. But the sheep Israelites began to kill them. One of them was saved and was not killed, Elijah, and it sped away and cried aloud over the sheep Israelites, and they sought to kill it. But the Lord of the sheep saved it from the sheep Israelites, and brought it up to me, Enoch, and caused it to dwell there. There were many other sheep, prophets, he sent to those sheep Israelites, to testify unto them and lament over them. After that I saw that they abandoned the house of the Lord and his tower. They fell away entirely, and their eyes were blinded. And I saw the Lord of the sheep, how he wrought much slaughter among them in their herds, until those sheep Israelites invited that slaughter and betrayed his place. He gave them over into the hands of the lions and tigers and wolves and hyenas, and into the hand of the foxes, and to all the wild beasts. Those wild beasts began to tear in pieces those sheep Israelites. And I saw that he abandoned their house and their tower, and gave them all into the hands of the lions, to tear and devour them, and into the hand of all the wild beasts. I began to cry aloud with all my power, and to appeal to the Lord of the sheep, and to represent to him in regard to the sheep Israelites, because they were devoured by all the wild beasts. But he remained unmoved, though he saw it, and rejoiced that they were devoured and swallowed and robbed, and left them to be devoured in the hand of the beasts. And he called 70 shepherds, and cast those sheep Israelites to them, that they might pasture them. He spoke to the shepherds and their companions, let each individual of you pasture the sheep, moving from now on, and you are to do everything that I command you to. And I will deliver them over to you properly numbered, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and you are to destroy these ones. And he gave over to them those sheep Israelites. He called another, Michael, and spoke to him, observe and mark everything that the shepherds will do to these sheep Israelites, for they will destroy more of them than I have commanded them. Make an account of every excess of destruction which will be wrought through the shepherds. Record it, namely, how many they destroy, according to my command, and how many they destroy according to their own caprice. Record against every individual shepherd the destruction he effects. Read out before me by number how many they destroy, and how many they deliver over for destruction, that I may have this as a testimony against them, and know every deed of the shepherds, that I may comprehend and see what they do, and whether or not they abide by my command, which I commanded them. However, they will not know of it. You are not to give any explanation to them, and you are not to reprimand any of them, but only record against each individual all the destruction which the shepherds effect, each in his time, and lay it all before me. And I saw till those shepherds pastured in their season, and they began to kill and destroy more than they were ordered, and they delivered those sheep Israelites into the hands of the lions, Babylonians, and the lions, Babylonians, and tigers, Assyrians, ate and devoured the greater part of those sheep Israelites, and the wild boars, Edomites, ate along with them, and they burnt that tower, the temple, and demolished that house, Jerusalem. I became exceedingly sorrowful over that tower, because that house of the sheep Israelites was demolished, and afterwards I was unable to see if those sheep entered that house. Chapter 89. The shepherds and their associates delivered over to those sheep Israelites to all the wild beasts, to devour them, and each one of them received in his time a definite number. It was written by the other in a book how many each one of them destroyed. Each one killed and destroyed many more than was prescribed. And I began to weep and lament on account of those sheep, Israelites. Thus, in the vision, I saw that one who wrote, Michael, how he wrote down every one that was destroyed by those shepherds day by day, and carried up and laid down and actually showed the whole book to the Lord of the sheep, even everything they had done, and all that each one of them had made away with, and all they had given over to destruction. The book was read before the Lord of the sheep, and he took the book from his hand and read it and sealed it and laid it down. Chapter 89. After this, I saw how the shepherds pastured for 12 hours, and behold, 3 of those sheep, Joshua, the high priest, Nehemiah, and Zerubbabel, turned back and came and entered and began to build up all that had fallen down of that house. The wild boars tried to hinder them, but they were not able. They began again to build as before, and they reared up that tower, and it was named the High Tower. And they began again to place a table before the tower, but all the food on it was unclean and impure. Regarding all this, the eyes of those sheep, Israelites, were blinded, and they could not see, and the eyes of their shepherds likewise. Thus they delivered them in large numbers to their shepherds for destruction, and they trampled the sheep with their feet and devoured them. The Lord of the sheep remained unmoved until all the sheep were dispersed over the field, and mingled with them the beasts, and they, the shepherds, did not save them out of the hand of the beasts. Then the one who wrote the book, Michael, carried it up and showed it and read it before the Lord of the sheep, and implored him on their account, and petitioned him on their account, as he showed him all the doings of the shepherds, and gave testimony before him against all the shepherds. And he took the actual book and laid it down beside him and departed. I saw until the time, chapter 90, I saw until the time that 35 shepherds undertook the pasturing of the sheep, Israelites, and they each completed their periods after the first. Others received them into their hands to pasture them for their period, each shepherd in his own period. After that I saw in my vision all the birds of heaven coming, the eagles, the vultures, the kites, the ravens. But the eagles led all the birds. They began to devour those sheep, and to pick out their eyes, and to devour their flesh. The sheep, Israelites, cried out because their flesh was being devoured by the birds. And as for me, I looked and lamented in my sleep over that shepherd who pastured the sheep. I saw until those sheep, Israelites, were devoured by the dogs, by the eagles, and by the kites. They did not leave them flesh or skin or any muscle remaining on them, only until their bones stood there, and their bones too fell to the earth, and the sheep became few. I saw until that 23 had undertaken the pasturing and completed their allotted periods, and that they had violated terms of their own authority 58 times. Chapter 90. Then small lambs were born by those white sheep, and they began to open their eyes and to see and to cry to the sheep. The sheep, however, did not cry out to them, nor did they hear them, but were exceedingly deaf, and their eyes were very exceedingly blinded. I saw in the vision how the ravens flew upon those lambs, and took one of those lambs, Jesus, and dashed the sheep in pieces and devoured them. And I saw till horns grew upon those lambs, and the ravens cast down their horns, and I saw till there sprouted a great horn of one of those sheep, Jesus, and their eyes were opened. And it looked at them, and their eyes were opened, and it cried to the sheep, Israelites, and the rams saw it, and all ran to it. And besides this, all the eagles, the vultures, and ravens, and the kites still kept tearing the sheep, Israelites, and swooping down upon them and devouring them. Still the sheep remained silent, but the rams lamented and cried out. And those ravens fought and battled with it, and sought to lay low its horn, but they had no power over it. Chapter 90. And I saw until the shepherds, the eagles, the vultures, and the kites came, and they cried to the ravens that they should break the horn of that ram, Jesus. They battled and fought with it, and it battled with them and cried that its help might come. And I saw until that man, Michael, who wrote down the names of the shepherds and carried them up into the presence of the Lord of the sheep, came and helped it, and showed it everything he had come down for the help of that ram, Jesus. I saw till the Lord of the sheep came to them in wrath, and all who saw him fled, and they all fell into his shadow from before his face. All the eagles, the vultures, the ravens, and the kites were gathered together, and there came with them all the sheep, Israelites of the field. They all came together to attempt to break that horn of the ram, Jesus. And I saw that man, Michael, who wrote the book according to the command of the Lord, until he opened that book concerning the destruction which those last 12 shepherds had wrought, and showed that they had destroyed much more than their predecessors before the Lord of the sheep. And I saw until the Lord of the sheep came to them, and took in his hand the staff of his wrath, and struck the earth, and the earth split open, and all the beasts and all the birds of the heavens fell from among those sheep, believers, and were swallowed up in the earth, and it covered them. And I saw until a great sword was given the sheep, believers, and the sheep proceeded against all the beasts of the field to kill them, and all the beasts and the birds of heaven fled before their face. Daniel 7:27. Then the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms under the whole heaven shall be given to the people, the saints of the Most High. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. Chapter 90. And I saw until a throne was erected in the pleasant land, and the Lord of the sheep sat on it, and the other took the sealed books and opened those books before the Lord of the sheep. And the Lord called those men archangels, the 7 white ones, and commanded that they should bring before him, beginning with the first star, Satan, which led the way, all the stars, watchers, whose privy members were like those of horses, and they brought them all before him. And he said to that man Michael, who wrote before him, being one of those 7 white ones, archangels, and said to him, Take those 70 shepherds, to whom I delivered the sheep, and who, taking them on their own authority, killed more than I commanded them. I saw them all bound, and they all stood before him, and the judgment was held over the stars, watchers, and they were judged and found guilty, and went to the place of condemnation, and they were cast into an abyss, full of fire and flaming, and full of pillars of fire. Then those 70 shepherds were judged and found guilty, and they were cast into that fiery abyss. At that time I also saw that one abyss was opened in the midst of the earth, full of fire, and they brought those blinded sheep, and they were all judged and found guilty and cast into this fiery abyss, and they burned. Now this abyss was to the right of that house. And I saw those sheep burning, and their bones burning. Chapter 90. I stood up to see until they folded up that old house, and carried off all the pillars and all the beams and ornaments of the house were at the same time folded up with it. They carried it off and laid it in a place in the south of the land. And I saw until the Lord of the sheep brought a new house, greater and loftier than that first, and set it up in the place of the first, which had been folded up. All its pillars were new, and its ornaments were new, and larger than those of the first. The old one, which he had taken away, and all the sheep which were within it. And I saw all the sheep which had been left, and all the beasts on the earth, and all the birds of heaven falling down and doing homage to those sheep, and making petition to and obeying them in everything. Then those 3 archangels, who were clothed in white, and who seized me by my hand, those who had taken me up before, and the hand of the Ram, the Lord, also seizing hold of me. They took me up and set me down in the midst of those sheep before the judgment took place. And those sheep were all white, and their wool was abundant and clean. And all that had been destroyed and dispersed, and all the beasts of the field, and all the birds of heaven assembled in that house. The Lord of the sheep rejoiced with great joy, because they were all good, and had returned to his house. I saw until they laid down that sword which had been given to the sheep, and they brought it back into the house, and it was sealed before the presence of the Lord, and all the sheep were enclosed in that house, but it was not capable of containing them. And the eyes of them all were opened, and they saw the good. There was not one among them that did not see, and I saw that the house was large and broad and very full. And I saw that a white bull, Jesus, was born, with large horns, and all the beasts of the field and all the birds of the air feared him and made petition to him all the time. And I saw until all their generations were transformed, and they all became white bulls. The first among them became a lamb, Jesus, and that lamb became a great animal, and had great black horns on its head. The Lord of the sheep rejoiced over it, and over all the oxen. I slept in their midst, and I awoke and saw everything. This is the vision which I saw while I slept, and I awoke and blessed the Lord of righteousness, and gave him glory. Then I wept with a great weeping, and my tears stayed until I could no longer endure it. When I saw, they flowed on account of what I had seen, for everything will come and be fulfilled, and all the deeds of men in their order were shown to me. On that night I remembered the first dream, and because of it I wept and was troubled, because I had seen that vision. The Book of Enoch, Part 5. The blessings for the righteous and the curses for the sinners. Chapter 91. And now, my son Methuselah, call to me all your brothers, and gather to me all the sons of your mother, for the word calls me, and the Spirit is poured out on me, that I may show you everything that will befall you. So then Methuselah went and called all his brothers, and assembled his relatives. He spoke to all the children of righteousness, and said, Hear, you sons of Enoch, all the words of your father, and listen properly to the voice of my mouth. For I exhort you, and say to you, beloved, love righteousness, and walk in it, and draw near to righteousness without a double heart, and do not associate with those of a double heart, but walk in righteousness. My sons, it will guide you on good paths, and righteousness will be your companion. For I know that violence must increase on the earth, and a great punishment will be executed on the earth, and it will be cut off from its roots, and its whole construct will be destroyed. And unrighteousness will again be consummated on the earth, and all the deeds of unrighteousness and of violence and sin will prevail a second time. When sin, unrighteousness, blasphemy, and violence in all kinds of deeds increase, and apostasy, transgression, and uncleanness increase, a great chastisement will come from heaven upon all these, and the Holy Lord will come with wrath and chastisement to execute judgment on earth. In those days violence will be cut off from its roots, and the roots of unrighteousness together with deceit, and they will be destroyed from under heaven. All the idols of the heathen will be abandoned, and the temples burned with fire, and they will remove them from the whole earth, and the heathen will be cast into the judgment of fire, and they will perish in wrath, and in grievous judgment forever. The righteous will arise from their sleep, and wisdom will arise and be given unto them. After that, the roots of unrighteousness, and those who plan violence, and those who commit blasphemy will be cut off, and the sinners will be destroyed by the sword. Now I tell you, my sons, and show you the paths of righteousness, and the paths of violence. Yes, I will show them to you again, that you may know what will come to pass. Listen to me, my sons, and walk in the paths of righteousness, and do not walk in the paths of violence, for all who walk in the paths of unrighteousness will perish forever. Chapter 92. The book written by Enoch. Enoch indeed wrote this complete doctrine of wisdom, which is praised of all men, and a judge of all the earth. For all my children who will live on earth, and for the future generations who will observe uprightness and peace. Do not let your spirit be troubled on account of the times, for the Holy and Great One has appointed days for all things. The righteous one shall arise from sleep, the dead, and walk in the paths of uprightness, and all his path shall be in eternal goodness and grace. He will be gracious to the righteous, and give them eternal righteousness, and he will give him power, so that he will be endowed with goodness and righteousness. He shall walk in eternal light. Sin will perish in darkness forever, and will be seen no more from that day forever. Chapter 93. After that, Enoch both gave and began to recount from the books. And Enoch said, concerning the children of righteousness, and concerning the elect of the world, and concerning the giant of the plant of righteousness, I will speak these things. I, Enoch, will declare them unto you, my sons, according to that which appeared to me in heavenly vision, and which I have known through the word of the holy angels, and have learned from heavenly tablets. And Enoch began to recount from the books, and said, I was born the 7th in the first week, while there was still judgment and righteousness. After me there will arise in the 2nd week great wickedness, and deceit will have sprung up, and because of it there will be the first end. And in it a man will be saved, and after it is ended, unrighteousness will grow up. A law will be made for the sinners. After that, in the 3rd week, at its close, a man will be elected as the plant of righteous judgment, and his posterity will become the plant of righteousness forevermore. After that, in the 4th week, at its close, visions of the holy and righteous will be seen, and a law for all generations, and an enclosure will be made for them. After that, in the 5th week, at its close, the house of glory and dominion shall be built forever. After that, in the 6th week, all who live in it will be blinded, and the hearts of all them will godlessly forsake wisdom, and in it a man will ascend, and at its close the house of dominion will be burned with fire, and the whole race of the chosen root will be dispersed. After that, in the 7th week, an apostate generation will arise, and its deeds will be many, and all its deeds will be apostate. And at its end, the saints of the eternal plant will be chosen of righteousness to receive 7-fold instruction concerning all his creation. Then after that, there will be another week, the 8th of justice, and a sword will be given to execute righteous judgment on the oppressors. Wrongdoers will be delivered into the hands of the saints. As the 8th week is closing, those saints will acquire houses through their righteousness, and a house will be built for the great King of glory that will be established forever, and all mankind will look in the path of uprightness. Then after that, in the 9th week, the righteous judgment will be revealed to the whole earth, and all the works of the godless will vanish from all the earth, and the world will have been deserving of judgment. Then after this, in the 10th week, and in its 7th part, there will be great eternal judgment, in which he will execute vengeance upon the angels. And the first heaven will depart and pass away, and a new heaven will appear, and all the powers of heaven will shine forever with 7 times the light. Afterward there will be many weeks, which will exist forever with integrity and justice, and all will be goodness and righteousness, and sin will no more be mentioned forever. Revelation 21, verse 3 through 5. And I heard a loud voice from heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people. God himself will be with them and be their God, and God will wipe away every tear from their eyes. There shall be no more death, nor sorrow, nor crying. There shall be no more pain, for the former things have passed away. Chapter 94. Now I say to you, my children, love righteousness and walk in it, for the paths of righteousness are worthy of to be accepted. But the paths of unrighteousness shall suddenly be destroyed and vanish. To certain people of a future generation, the paths of violence and death will be revealed, and they will keep themselves far from them and not follow them. Now I say to you, the righteous do not walk in the paths of wickedness, nor in the paths of death, nor draw near them, so that you will not be destroyed. Seek and choose for yourselves righteousness and an elect life, and walk in the paths of peace, and you will live and prosper. Hold fast my words in the thoughts of your hearts, and do not allow them to leave your hearts. For I know that sinners cunningly advise people to commit crimes. No place may be found for wisdom, and temptation will increase. Woe to those who build unrighteousness and oppression, and lay deceit as a foundation, for they shall be suddenly overthrown, and they shall have no peace. Woe to those who build their houses with sin, for from all their foundations will they be overthrown, and by the sword they will fall. Those who chase gold and silver will suddenly perish in the judgment. Woe to you, rich, for you have trusted in your riches, and will be stripped of your riches, because you have not remembered the Most High in the days you had riches. You have committed blasphemy and unrighteousness, and have become ready for the day of slaughter, and the day of darkness, and the day of the great judgment. Thus I speak and tell you, he who has created you will overthrow you, and to your fall there will be no compassion, and your Creator will rejoice at your destruction. Your religious gods shall be a reproach to the sinners and the godless in those days. Chapter 95. Oh, that my eyes were rain clouds of water, that I might weep over you and pour down my tears as a cloud of water, that I might rest of my trouble of heart. Who has permitted you to practice reproaches and wickedness? Even so judgment shall overtake you sinners. The righteous will not fear the sinners, because the Lord will deliver them into your hands, that you may execute judgment upon them according to your desires. Woe to you who pronounce curses which cannot be reversed. Healing will therefore be far from you because of your sins. Woe to you who repay your neighbor with evil, for you will be repaid evil according to your works. Woe to you, lying witnesses, and those who weigh out injustice, for suddenly you will perish. Woe to you, sinners, for you persecute the righteous, for you will be delivered up and persecuted because of injustice, and its yoke will be heavy on you. Chapter 96. Be hopeful, you righteous, for suddenly the sinners will perish before you, and you shall have lordship over them according to your desires. In the day of the tribulation of the sinners, your children will mount and rise as eagles, and your nest will be higher than the vultures. You will ascend as badgers and enter the crevices of the earth, and be on the clefts of the rocks forever over the unrighteous. The sinners will sigh and weep because of you. Do not fear, you that have suffered, for healing will be your portion, and a bright light will enlighten you, and you will hear the voice of rest from heaven. Woe to you, you sinners, for your riches make you appear like the righteous, but your hearts convict you of being sinners. This fact will be a testimony against you, for a memorial of your evil deeds. Woe to you who devour the finest of wheat and drink wine in large bowls and trample down the lowly with your might. Woe to you who drink water from every fountain, for suddenly you shall be consumed and wither away, because you have forsaken the fountain of life. Woe to you who work unrighteousness and deceit and blasphemy. It will be a memorial against you for evil. Woe to you, you mighty, who with might oppress the righteous, to the day of your destruction. For the day of your destruction is coming. Many and good days will come to the righteous in the day of your judgment. Chapter 97. Believe it, you righteous, that the sinners will become ashamed and perish in the day of unrighteousness. Be it known to you, you sinners, that the Most High is mindful of your destruction, and the angels of heaven rejoice over your destruction. What will you do, O sinners? And where will you flee on that day of judgment, when you hear the voice of the prayer of the righteous? You are not like those against whom this world bears witness. You have been companions of sinners. In those days the prayer of the righteous will reach the Lord, and for you the days of your judgment will come. All the words of your unrighteousness will be read out before the great Holy One, and your faces will be covered with shame, and he will reject every work that is grounded in unrighteousness. Woe to you, sinners, who live on the islands, whose remembrance is evil against you. Woe to you who acquire silver and gold unrighteously, and say, we have become rich with riches, and have possessions, and have acquired everything we have desired. And now let us do what we purposed, for we have gathered silver, and many are the servants in our houses, and our granaries are full to the brim as if with water. Like water your lies will flow away, and your riches will not abide, but quickly evaporate. For you have acquired it all in unrighteousness, and you will be given over to a great curse. Chapter 98. And now I swear to you, to the wise and to the foolish, that you will see many things on the earth. You men will put on more adornments than a woman, and more colored garments than a virgin, dressing yourself in royalty and grandeur, in power, in silver. But gold, purple, splendor, and wealth will be abundant as water. Therefore, they will not have knowledge or wisdom, and because of this, they will die together with their possessions, and with all their glory and splendor, and in shame, slaughter, and in great destitution. Their spirits will be cast into the furnace of fire. I have sworn to you, you sinners, as a mountain or hill has not been a woman's maid, sin has not been sent into the earth, but man of himself has created it, and under a great curse those who commit it will fall. Barrenness has not been given to the woman, but on account of the deeds of her own hands she dies without children. I have sworn to you, you sinners, by the Holy Great One, that all your evil deeds are revealed in the heavens, and that none of your deeds of oppression are covered and hidden. Do not think in your spirit, nor say in your heart that you do not know, and that you do not see, that every sin is recorded every day in heaven, in the presence of the Most High. From now on, You know that all your wrongdoing that you do will be written down every day until the day of your judgment. Woe to you, you fools, for through your foolishness you will perish, as you do not listen to the wise, but you transgress against the wise, and so nothing good will come to you. So now know that you are prepared for the day of destruction. Therefore do not hope to live, you sinners, but you will depart and die, for there will be no ransom for you. For you are prepared for the day of the great judgment, for the day of great tribulation and great shame for your spirits. Woe to you, you obstinate of heart, which work wickedness and eat blood. From where do you feed on good things to eat and drink and be satisfied? From all the good things which the Lord God Most High has placed in abundance on the earth. Therefore you will have no peace. Woe to you who love the deeds of unrighteousness. Where do you hope for good for yourselves? You know that you will be delivered into the hands of the righteous, and they will cut off your necks and kill you, and have no mercy on you. Woe to you who rejoice in the tribulation of the righteous, for no grave will be dug for you. Woe to you who say the words of the wise are empty, for you will have no hope of life. Woe to you who write down lying and godless words, for they write down their lies so that men may hear them and act godlessly toward their neighbor. Therefore they will have no peace, but will die suddenly. Chapter 99. Woe to you who do godless deeds and praise and honor lies. You will perish, and no happy life will be yours. Woe to them who pervert the words of uprightness and transgress the eternal law and transform themselves into what they were not. They will be trampled underfoot upon the earth. In those days, you righteous, you will be considered worthy to raise your prayers as a memorial and place them as a testimony before the angels, that they may place the sin of the sinners for a reminder before the Most High. In those days the nations will be stirred up, and the families of the nations will arise on the day of destruction. In those days the destitute will go forth and throw out their children, and they will abandon them, so that their children will perish because of them. They will abandon their children that are still babies and not return to them, and will have no pity on their loved ones. Again, I say to you, you sinners, that sin is prepared for a day of unceasing bloodshed. They who worship stones and carved images of gold, silver, wood, stone, and clay, and those who foolishly worship unclean spirits and demons and all kinds of idols, they will get no manner of help from them. They will become godless by reason of the foolishness of their hearts, and their eyes will be blinded through the fear of their hearts and through the vision in their dreams. Through these they will become godless and fearful, for they will have wrought all their work in a lie, and will have worshipped a stone. Therefore, in an instant they will perish. In those days blessed are all they who accept the words of wisdom and understand them, and observe the paths of the Most High, and walk in the path of his righteousness, and become not godless with the godless, for they will be saved. Woe to you who spread evil to your neighbors, for you will be slain in hell. Woe to you who make deceitful and false measures, and to them who cause bitterness on the earth, for they will be utterly consumed. Woe to you who build your house through the grievous labor of others, for all your building materials are bricks and stones of sin. I tell you, you will have no peace. Woe to them who reject the eternal heritage of their fathers, and whose souls follow after idols, for they will have no rest. Woe to them who work unrighteousness and help oppression, and kill their neighbors until the day of great judgment comes. For he will cast down your glory and bring affliction on your hearts, and will arouse his fierce indignation and destroy you all with the sword. All the holy and righteous will remember your sins. Chapter 100. In those days, fathers together with their sons will be struck down, and siblings one with another will fail, dead together, will fall down dead together, until the streams flow with their blood. For a man will not withhold his hand from slaying his sons and his sons' sons. The sinner will not withhold his hand from his honored brother. From dawn until sunset they will kill one another. The horse will be up to its breast in the blood of sinners, and the chariot will be submerged to its height. In those days the angels will descend into the secret places and gather together in one place all those who brought down sin. The Most High will arise on that day of judgment to execute great judgment on sinners. Over all the righteous and holy, he will appoint guardians from among the holy angels to guard them as the apple of his eye, until he makes an end of all wickedness and all sin. And even if the righteous sleep a long sleep, they have nothing to fear. The wise will see the truth, and the children of earth will understand all the words of this book, knowing that their riches will not be able to save them or overcome their sins. Woe to you, sinners, on the day of strong anguish, you who afflict the righteous and burn them with fire. You will be requited according to your works. Woe to you, you obstinate of heart, who watch in order to devise wickedness. Therefore fear will come upon you, and there will be no one to help you. Woe to you, you sinners, on account of the words of your mouth, and on account of the deeds of your hands, which your godlessness has wrought. In blazing flames, burning worse than fire, you will burn. And now know that the angels will ask him in heaven about your deeds, and from the sun, from the moon, and from the stars they will ask about your sins, because on the earth you execute judgment on the righteous. He will summon to testify against you every cloud, mist, dew, and rain, for they will all be withheld from falling on you, and they will be mindful of your sins. Now give gifts to the rain, that it cease not from falling on you, nor the dew, when it has received gold and silver from you, that it may descend. When the frost and snow with their chilliness, and all the snowstorms with all their plagues fall upon you, in those days you will not be able to stand before them. Chapter 101. Consider heaven, all you progeny of heaven, and every work of the Most High, and fear him, and work not criminally in his presence. If he closes the windows of heaven, and withholds the rain and the dew from falling on the earth on your account, what will you do then? If he sends his anger on you because of your deeds, you cannot petition him, for you spoke proud and arrogant words against his righteousness. Therefore you will have no peace. Don't you see that the ships' captains, how their ships are tossed back and forth by the waves, shaken by the winds, and exposed to the greatest danger? Therefore they are afraid, because all their nice possessions go on the sea with them, and they only anticipate evil, because the sea may swallow them, and they may perish in it. Is not the whole sea and all its waters and all its movements the work of the Most High? And has he not set limits to its actions and confined it on every side by the sand? At his reproof it fears and dries up, and all its fish die, and all that is in it. But you sinners that are on the earth are not afraid of him. Has he not made heaven and the earth, and all that is in it? Who has given understanding and wisdom to everything that moves on the earth and in the sea? Don't the ship's captains fear the ocean? Yet you sinners are not afraid of the Most High. Chapter 102. In those days when he casts the calamity of fire at you, where will you flee, and where will you find deliverance? When he launches out his word against you, will you not be shaken and afraid? All the luminaries will be shaken with great fear and all the earth will be spared, but tremble and be alarmed. All the angels will execute their commands, and will seek to hide themselves from the presence of he who is great in glory. And the children of the earth will tremble and shake. You sinners will be cursed forever, and you will have no peace. But do not be afraid, you souls of the righteous, and do not be afraid, you who have died in righteousness. Do not grieve, because your souls descended to Sheol with sadness, and because in your life you were not rewarded according to your goodness. But wait for the day of judgment of sinners, and for the day of cursing and chastisement. When you die, the sinners will say about you, as we die, so die the righteous. And what benefit do they reap for their deeds? See, even as we, so do they die in grief and darkness. And what have they more than we? From now on, we are equal. And what will they receive? And what will they see forever? Look, they too have died. And from now on, forever, they will see no light. I tell you, you sinners, you are content to eat and drink and rob and sin and strip people naked, commit crimes, acquire wealth and see good days. Have you seen the righteous, how their end was peace, that no violence is found in them until their death? They perish and are only as if they were not, while their souls went down with sadness to Sheol. Now therefore, chapter 103. Now therefore I swear to you, righteous, by the glory of the great and honored and mighty one who reigns, and by his greatness I swear that I know this mystery. For I have read the heavenly tablets, I have seen the holy books, I have seen what is written and inscribed upon regarding them, that all goodness, joy, and glory are prepared for them and written down for the spirits of those who have died in righteousness, and that much good will be given to you in reward for your labors, and that your lot is abundant beyond the lot of the living. The spirits of you who have died in righteousness will live and rejoice, and their memory will remain before the face of the Great One from generation after generation. Do not fear their abuse. Woe to you, you sinners, when you have died, if you die in the abundance of your sins. And woe to those who are like you and say regarding you, blessed are the sinners, for they have seen all their days, and how they have died in prosperity and in wealth, and have not seen tribulation or death in their life. And they have died in honor, and judgment has not been executed on them during their life. Just know that their souls will be made to descend into Sheol, and that they will be racked in great tribulation, in darkness, in chains, and a burning flame, where there is grievous judgment will your spirits enter, and the great judgment will be for all generations of the world. Woe to you, for you will have no peace. Do not say in regard to the righteous and good who are in life, in our troubled days we have toiled laboriously and experienced every trouble, and met with much evil, and been afflicted, and have become few, and our spirits small. We have been destroyed, and have not found any to help us, even with a word. We have been tortured, killed, and despaired for life itself from day to day. We hoped to be the head, and have become the tail. We have toiled laboriously, and had no satisfaction in our toil. We have become the food of the sinners and the unrighteous, and they have heavily laid their yoke on us. They who hate us have had dominion over us, and have smitten us. These have bowed our necks and pitied us not. We desired to get away from them, that we might escape and be at rest, but we found no place where we could flee and be safe from them. We complained to our rulers in our affliction, and cried out against those who devoured us. But they did not attend to our cries, and would not listen to our voices. They helped those who robbed us and devoured us, and those who made us few, and they concealed their oppression, and they did not remove from us the yoke of those that devoured us, and dispersed us, and murdered us, and remembered not that they had lifted their hand against us. Chapter 104. I swear to you that in heaven the angels remember you for good before the glory of the Great One. Your names are written before the glory of the Great One. Be hopeful, for before you were put to shame through sickness and affliction, but now you will shine as the lights of heaven. You will shine, and you will be seen, and the doors of heaven will be opened to you. Cry for judgment, and it will appear to you. For all your tribulation will be visited on the rulers and all those who plundered you. Be hopeful, and do not throw away your hopes, for you will have great joy as the angels in heaven. What will you have to do? You will not have to hide on the day of the great judgment, and you will not be found as sinners, and the eternal judgment will not come to you for all the generations eternally. Now fear not, you righteous, when you see the sinners growing strong and prospering in their ways. Do not be their companions, but keep away from their violence, for you will become companions of the hosts of heaven. Although the sinners say, all our sins will not be found out and be written down, nevertheless, I say to them, they will write down all your sins every day. And now I show to you that light and darkness, day and night. See all your sins. Do not be godless in your heart. Do not lie, and do not alter the words of uprightness, or say that the words of the Holy Great One are lies, or praise, or rely on your idols. For all your lying and all your godlessness does not come from righteousness, but from great sin. But I know this mystery, that sinners will pervert the words of righteousness in many ways, and will speak wicked words and lie, and practice great deceits, and write books concerning their words. When they write down all my words truthfully in their languages, and do not change or omit any of my words, but write them down truthfully, all that I first testified concerning them. Then I know another mystery, that books will be given to the righteous and the wise to produce joy, righteousness, and much wisdom. To them the books will be given, and they will believe them and rejoice over them. Then will all the righteous who have learned from the paths of uprightness be recompensed. In those days the Lord, chapter 105. In those days the Lord bade the wise to testify to the children of earth concerning their wisdom. Show it to them, for you are their guides and a recompense over the whole earth. For I and my Son will be united with them forever in the paths of uprightness in their lives. And you will have peace. Rejoice, you children of righteousness. Amen. Chapter 106. After some days, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. His body was white as snow and red as the blooming of a rose, and the hair of his head and the long locks were white as wool, and his eyes beautiful. When he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very bright. He arose in the hands of the midwife, opened his mouth, and conversed with the Lord of righteousness. His father Lamech was afraid of him, and fled, and came to his father Methuselah. He said unto him, I have begotten a strange son, diverse from and unlike man, and resembling the sons of the God of heaven. And his nature is different, and he is not like us. And his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. It seems to me that he is not sprung from me, but from the angels, and I fear that in his days a wonder may be wrought on the earth. Now, my father, I am here to petition you and implore you that you may go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is among the angels. When Methuselah heard the words of his son, he came to me to the ends of the earth, for he had heard that I was there, and he cried aloud, and I heard his voice, and I came to him. I said to him, Here I am, my son. Why have you come to me? And he answered and said, Because of a great cause of anxiety have I come to you, and because of a disturbing vision have I approached. Now my father Hear me, my son Lamech has fathered a child who doesn't resemble him, and his nature is not like a human's, and the color of his body is whiter than snow, and redder than the bloom of a rose. And the hair of his head is whiter than white wool. His eyes are like the rays of the sun, and he opened his eyes and lighted the whole house. He arose in the hands of the midwife, and opened his mouth and blessed the Lord of heaven. His father Lamech became afraid and fled to me, and did not believe that he came from him, but that he was in the likeness of the angels of heaven. So I have come to you, that you may make known to me the truth. And I, Enoch, answered and said to him, The Lord will do a new thing on the earth. I have seen this in a vision and have already explained it to you. In the generation of my father Jared, some of the angels of heaven transgressed the word of the Lord. They committed crimes, laid aside their race, and were promiscuous with women. They have united themselves with women and commit sin with them, and have married some of them and produced children with them. They will produce on the earth giants, not according to the Spirit, but according to the flesh. And there will be a great punishment on the earth, and the earth will be cleansed from all impurity. There will come a great destruction over the whole earth, and there will be a deluge and a great destruction for 1 year. This son who has been born to you will be left on the earth, and his 3 children will be saved with him. When all mankind that are on the earth will die, he and his sons will be saved. Now inform your son Lamech that the child who was born is in truth his son, and call his name Noah, for he will be left to you, and he and his sons will be saved from the destruction which will come upon the earth on account of all the sin and all the unrighteousness which will be consummated on the earth in his days. After that there will be still more unrighteousness than that which was first consummated on the earth. For I know the mysteries of the holy ones, for he, the Lord, has shown me and informed me, and I have read of it in the heavenly tablets. Chapter 107. And I saw written about them that generation after generation shall transgress, until a generation of righteousness arises, and transgression is destroyed, and sin passes away from the earth, and all manner of good comes upon it. And now, my son, go and make known to your son Lamech that this son which has been born is in truth his son, and that this is no lie. And when Methuselah had heard the words of his father Enoch, for he had shown to him everything in secret, he returned and showed these things to him, and called the name of that son Noah, for he will comfort the earth after all the destruction. Chapter 108. Another book which Enoch wrote for his son Methuselah, and for those who will come after him, and keep the law in the last days. You who have done good will wait for those days till an end is made of those who work evil, and an end of the might of the transgressors. Wait indeed until sin is passed away, for their names will be blotted out of the book of life and out of the holy books, and their seed will be destroyed forever, and their spirits will be slain. They will cry and make lamentation in a place that is a chaotic wilderness, and in the fire they will burn, for there is no earth there. I saw there something like an invisible cloud, for by reason of its depth I could not look over. And I saw a flame of fire blazing brightly, and things like shining mountains circling and sweeping from side to side. I asked one of the holy angels who was with me, and said to him, What is this shining thing? For it is not a heaven, but only the flame of a blazing fire, and the voice of weeping, crying, lamentation, and strong pain. He said to me, Into the place which you see here are cast the spirits of sinners and blasphemers, and of those who pervert everything that the Lord has spoken. through the mouth of the prophets, even the things that will be. For some of them are written and inscribed above in heaven, in order that the angels may read them and know what will befall the sinners and the spirits of the humble, and of those who have afflicted their bodies and have been recompensed by God, and of those who have been put to shame by wicked men who love God and love neither gold or silver, neither any of the good things that are in the world, but gave over their bodies to be tortured, who since they came into being longed not after earthly food, but regarded everything as a passing breath, and lived accordingly. And the Lord tried them much, and their spirits were found pure, so that they should bless his name. All the blessings destined for them I have recounted in the books, and he has assigned them their recompense, because they have been found to be such as loved heaven more than their life in the world. Though they were trodden underfoot of wicked men, and experienced abuse and reviling from them, and were put to shame, yet they blessed me. And now I will summon the spirits of the good, who belong to the generation of light, and I will transform those who were born in darkness, who in the flesh were not recompensed with such honor as their faithfulness deserved. I will bring forth in shining light those who have loved my holy name, and I will seat each one on the throne of his honor, and they shall be resplendent for times without number, for righteous is the judgment of God. For to the faithful he will give faithfulness in the habitation of upright paths. And they shall see those who were born in darkness led into darkness, while the righteous shall be resplendent, and the sinners will cry aloud and see them resplendent, and they indeed will go where days and seasons are prescribed for them. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me, bless your holy name.